Okay, we're live. We're about to find out here in a couple seconds if we did that right.
Okay, now we need to kill vmix.
Kill vmix. Not looking good.
Nope, it did not work. So we will be on a new link,
Okay.
I think.
Well, we haven't killed vmix yet.
Oh, I thought you did.
We haven't?
Nah. Ryan Tech just responded.
No, Dad. Shortly, unless you restart your stream. Okay, I don't think it worked.
Okay, he just ended vmix, so the other one should end in a couple seconds. Yep, we lost it. We need a new link.
Dang. Okay. All right, so we are live again. On a new link, it seems. Hopefully, at least it looks better.
Okay, yeah, it looks better now.
Okay. All right, sweet. All right, we fixed our problem, but our trick to get it to work just didn't work. So that is my bad. I'm sorry. But we are back now, and we're ready to keep it going, son. We are ready to keep it going. And this is 5 minutes ago, by the way, in El Dorado, in Arkansas. That is as low as you could possibly go, pretty much, with a storm like this. This is definitely got a very prominent lowering on it, and that's way back here. I'm trying to figure out exactly where these guys are. Riley, go ahead.
Can you get the screen share to the office VC going again?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right. And then what's going on over there with the glitching? Is it still happening on Zoom? Okay. All right. Yeah. I was just wondering. All right. I'm going to pull up the chat again too. I've lost it. And you'll probably have to pull up the new chat if you're wanting to keep up with it over there, Carly. Okay. All right. That was terrible. I'm glad that this happened today and not tomorrow. We're working out the kinks. So many people are making fun of our green screen. All right, so that was a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning out here. Guys, we've got severe weather popping off like crazy. And we've got bugs in our broadcasting system like crazy. We're going to squash them both, son. We're going to be looking at all these warnings, and we're also going to be making the stream great at the same time. So that's what we are about to do. All right. Down here, we've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in Arkansas. One of them's got 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail. The one going just to the south of Little Rock near Benton has 60-mile-an-hour winds and 2-inch in diameter hail. That's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And that's definitely going to bust out some windshields if you're driving on I-40. So I wouldn't. Ryan isn't in the kitchen. Yeah, I'm not in the kitchen. I have my normal setup back. We're back in business. But it comes at a cost. Okay, it comes at a cost. We just lost our main live feed because of some bugs in the in our system. But hey, that's okay. That's okay. And Kenzie, if we could delete the original link that we posted to social media, and if we can get a new one on there, that would be great. That would be awesome. All right. So, anyways, we're watching these storms that are rotating up a storm and putting down big hail in Arkansas. We had a tornado warning out here in Tennessee right before we ended the stream. That has been allowed to expire. Okay. So that's no longer a problem. We're still seeing some heavy rain, some hail from LaGrange all the way up to Bethel Springs and Selmer, but the rotating part of that storm has let up quite a bit, actually. So that's great news. Yeah, thank y'all. And super huge shout out to The Wiz is here, I think, for gifting 10 Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. That's super cool. Oh my goodness, you can't even see the radar. There we go. Boom. If you're just now tuning in, this is what the whole shebang looks like. We got storms up there in Louisville, up there in western Kentucky, all the way into Ohio. These aren't doing much other than a little bit of hail. The ones a little bit farther to the south are putting down some big hail and some tornadoes, and that's why we're live right now. We're covering this kind of just to break in the new system, discover these new bugs, these things that are happening, so that tomorrow we don't have this problem, because tomorrow is going to be a very dangerous day. Tomorrow is going to be a day where we don't want to have any bugs, because I do believe we're going to experience an outbreak potentially tomorrow of severe weather, potentially even tornadoes. And that's kind of what I want to go over a little bit, if we can. I want to look at the models. I want to look at some of the models tomorrow, and we can do that in our Radar Omega app. And hopefully every single one of you guys has this on your phone. You can get it on iOS, Android. They just came out with this new update. Looks awesome. Love it. I'm going to go over here to, let's see here, models, convection allowing, HRRR. And this is going to allow us to see what the radar is going to look like in the future. Okay, now ignore all the warning polygons and stuff for now. I can turn those off, but I'm just going to leave them on because we're going to get right back into tracking this storm, right? So as we go through the night tonight, we're going to see storms continue into Memphis, all the way down into Mississippi, Nashville, into central eastern Tennessee by 11 p.m. tonight. That's all fine and dandy. The storms are going to be strong. They're going to bring a lot of heavy rain, but they're really not going to do much more than that. The real threat, at least for severe weather and tornadoes, kind of absolves around midnight, and then it's just a heavy rain threat. Then our focus, I guess, is going to shift to the west a little bit. Let me take you back here to the 18Z, and I want you to look at what's going to happen tomorrow. Holy smokes. Supercells start popping off in a big way between noon tomorrow and 5 p.m., and there's going to be a lot of wind shear out here, guys, and we do believe that these storms are going to be capable of producing tornadoes. Some of them are going to be strong, maybe even intense tornadoes as they go through Texas, and then, of course, into Oklahoma, Arkansas, portions of Louisiana. Things are going to continue to be kind of gnarly overnight into the early morning hours on Friday. But whenever we hit the daylight hours on Friday, 12 p.m., noon, 1 p.m. here, this squall line is going to ramp back up. And I think we could see tornadoes in and around Atlanta, maybe even eastern Tennessee, near Knoxville, central Kentucky. We are going to have a big severe weather outbreak here, and it's not going to be a pretty one. That's why we're literally dedicating everybody here on the team, pretty much, we're dedicating our lives to this live stream over the next little bit, because there's no time for us to take a break. It's nonstop severe weather through Friday. And let me show you some of the outlooks. Let me see here. I'm going to show you the outlooks. The day one, of course, we'll look at this, and then we'll look at day two. Let's go back to radar on this. Let's just pick something up here. Okay, so everybody in the orange is under an enhanced risk of severe weather tonight. The yellow is a slight, and this is driven mostly by wind and a tornado threat. Currently no tornado warnings, though. We'll keep you updated on that as the night goes on, and we do have that tornado watch. But here's where things get interesting. This is where I'm going to be live pretty much all day tomorrow. looking at this. The day 2 outlook, 2.6 million people are included in a moderate risk for severe weather that is driven by actually a tornado, a 15% hatched risk for tornadoes in this general vicinity right here. This is tomorrow, Thursday. This is where I think we could see some big tornadoes, guys. I'm talking EF2 or higher. And I do think that this is going to be a significant severe weather outbreak. It's one of probably, it's an early season kind of like this is one of the 3 or 4 that we usually look out for every year, right? It's good to get it off the list already, but it is going to cause some problems tomorrow. And in a pretty large area from Memphis to Dallas pretty much is under the gun for potentially some big tornadoes. Now, it doesn't stop there. Okay, we are also going to look at the day 3 slight risk here. There's 30 million people that are under the gun for severe weather as we go into Friday. And it's over here where I'm honestly like, I think this might be the show stealer. Obviously, we've got a big problem tomorrow with our potential tornadoes and stuff out there in Arkansas and Texas and all these places, and we're going to cover that. But I do think that there's something really interesting about the farther east progression with this storm as well. And we can look at that a little bit closer on this different set of models. I've got the HRRR pulled up over here as well. And we can look at something interesting called the significant tornado parameter. All right. Let me see if I can zoom in. Yeah. Okay. So this is tonight, right? You can see how some of the STP values increase over here around right now. We've got 6s and 7s on the STP here. That just tells us that there's decently favorable conditions in the atmosphere for potential tornado genesis. All right. It doesn't tell us where tornadoes are going to happen. It doesn't tell us where storms are going to be. It doesn't tell us where little mesoscale accidents that cause tornadoes. It doesn't tell us anything about that. It just tells us about the broad scale overview. Like, okay, we've got the cape, we've got the wind shear, we've got the helicity, we've got all this stuff. So let's put that on a scale of 1 to 10 of how effective that might be at producing tornadoes. And it's pretty high tonight. And that's why we do see some rotating thunderstorms. But watch what happens as we go into the overnight hours tonight and then into the early morning hours tomorrow. This stuff starts to die off, right? But not for long. Let me come back down here to the 18Z. We are going to see this really ramp back up tomorrow. Look at that. See that? In Texas, all the way in through Arkansas and Louisiana, we have incredibly high significant tornado parameter values, sometimes off the charts. And if any supercell is able to sustain itself out inside of this environment, it will produce a tornado. But we're going to have a couple of problems that might keep that from happening. But there's going to be this squall line that comes through, and it absolutely will interact with that environment as well. And we will see at least several QLCS spin-up tornadoes. And that's going to carry us through into the early morning hours on Friday. That kind of lets up a little bit as we get past the Mississippi River, right? Maybe this is when I'll sleep. Maybe this is when I'll take a little bit of a break, and then we'll get right back on it as we go into Friday, March 3rd. Look at this. Bada bing. That is, once again, almost just as significant tornado parameter values as we had out west for eastern Tennessee, portions of Georgia, down into Alabama. And just looking at the composite reflectivity type, this is a broken line of supercell thunderstorms potentially. Don't know if that's actually what the radar is going to look like, but if it does, we are going to have some problems out here, y'all. So just giving you an early heads up. We're going to keep you updated as we go forward. I hope that this is nothing. I hope that this kind of calms down. It just becomes a gusty line of showers, whatever. But this is a strong storm. You don't get this shape. You don't see this very often on the radar simulations unless there's a very powerful storm putting everything together. You also, I think, we got to 82 degrees here today in eastern Kentucky. We got up there. We got close to that in Ohio. And now we're talking about snow on Friday. You don't get that kind of rapid transition of weather conditions without something happening in between there. And I do think it's going to be a pretty significant severe weather situation that we're watching. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting storm system for multiple days here. Multiple days. Tomorrow likely being the most significant. But I do want to make sure that we communicate effectively that a little bit farther east's going to have problems too, because you guys usually don't. I can't tell you how many of these live streams we've done where it's like, okay, the storm's past Alabama, let's go to sleep. Because that's usually how it works. It's going to kind of be the opposite with this upcoming system. Yep, and we're continuing to watch our storms out here in Arkansas. We've got some severe thunderstorm warnings, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, and most of these are for hail, okay? The one going just south of Little Rock, once again, that's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to bring you close to 2-inch in diameter hail. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning down here between Bolivar and Selmer as well with 1-inch in diameter hail. And a couple up here around Cincinnati, 1-inch in diameter hail, just south of town, just east of town, moving towards Mulberry and Hillsboro. That is going to cause some problems up there, but nothing crazy. And then everybody in the pink shading here has a tornado watch. Tornado watch. Let's see here. Meteorologist Andy Hill. You got any words of wisdom for us? Any thoughts about either tonight, tomorrow, or just anything interesting?
Well, words of wisdom would probably relate to self-care as it stands right now, because not only for us, but for y'all, we're going to be doing this for 3 days. More than likely, we kind of expect a little bit of an uptick as our convective allowing models come into range for the 3rd day's risk, which is Friday, I believe. I lost track of the day of the week. All I know is weather. So because of that, I also need to remind myself to take care of myself, and that's my word of wisdom. We'll be doing this for quite some time. We got to make sure we get adequate sleep and stay hydrated. That's all I got right now, Ryan. I'm watching North Mississippi at the moment if you want to take another gander over there.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Let's do that, actually. Let's go take a look at the storms. Let's take a gander, if you will, at the storms over here in Mississippi. As we do have several new storms trying to pop up. This one right here is curving a little bit. It's a bean. Okay, we got, what is that? Ecru, Blue Springs. There's a bean trying to form up there. A little bit of rotation on the bottom of it. And a big ZDR arc. Right there you go. It's definitely getting stronger, getting more intense. Will it latch on? Will it become a storm that latches onto all layers of the environment that would allow it to become tornadic? Remember, we just looked at the STP values, right? Right now, in this part of the world, they're kind of high. There are a lot of parameter spaces in place that would allow this storm to become tornadic. But the storm itself has to become strong enough to have a top that's high enough and a surface base that's low enough to actually take advantage of all of the ingredients that are actually in place to get it to turn. It just exists somewhere in the middle. It'll be a strong storm. It might turn and twist a little bit, but it ain't going to do the thing. We hope it doesn't do the thing, but it could, and that's what we're watching. Yeah, it's going to try. And this will probably try similar to the storms in Arkansas. And it just depends on what happens whenever they finally get there as to whether or not they're going to continue to be a problem or not. Little bean. Yeah, little bean. Guys, we did have to start a new stream. We had to start a brand new stream. So if you can do me a favor and share this link everywhere. Y'all did a great job on the first one. Please get this out on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Delete the old one, right? Be like, what are you talking about? I haven't posted this yet. delete the old one, and then post it again. So that maybe we can reach more people here, so that we can obviously get out some vital information about this upcoming severe weather system. It's kind of like a dual purpose stream tonight. I don't know how long we're going to go. This will probably be the shortest stream of all three of them, but the purpose of being here right now is obviously to watch these storms as they evolve and potentially produce tornadoes in Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas, that area, but also periodically check on the forecast and talk about what's going to happen tomorrow and the next day, which looked to me like they're going to be pretty significant severe weather outbreaks. Shelby Moore says, can you check on Kentucky? And yes, I can. Yes, I can. What part of Kentucky would you like me to check on, by the way? Central Arkansas here. Blitz, thank you so much. Hey, Tammy, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member. I don't know how many of you guys know him, but meteorologist Spencer Adkins, the chief meteorologist over there in Charleston, West Virginia, came down to the Weather House today and visited, and we did all kinds of cool, fun stuff. I'm going to be on some sort of special news show thing there, and then he's going to be on our members only State of the Y'all next time. So it's going to be super fun. If you're a member, you get to see all about that. It's the YouTube weather guy versus the TV weather guy. We had a fist fight, and you get to see who won and who gets to claim the ultimate weather guy, crown. Central Kentucky. Okay, all right. Yeah, let's take a look at Central Kentucky right now. Nothing going on except for north and west of Lexington. It should be pretty clear out for the most part. There's some high level clouds, obviously, but if you go outside and you look off to the west, you might see a couple lightning strikes here and there. Those are going to increase in intensity as they move off towards you. And you're going to get a good downpour tonight, maybe a couple of rumbles of thunder through central Kentucky. Friday looks to be the day that could be pretty significant in central Kentucky in terms of strong winds and maybe even tornadoes. I tell you, it's not very often. It's not very often that I've seen a storm system like this that is just so organized, and it's like going to continuously cause a problem for multiple days. Obviously, we see this; it happens. But this one is like kind of the first one that we've had in a while. A lot of the storms that we've been tracking as of recent, even for the past year, are kind of like, okay, trough comes through, picks up some moisture, does its thing in one spot, maybe does it a little bit less the next day in some other spot. But this one's really taking its time, and it's really going to impact a huge area over the course of 3 days. So very interesting stuff. And look at this, y'all. Lewis has been a member for 21 months. Can y'all believe I've been doing this for 21 months? Can we get a Cincinnati outlook through Friday? Look at that. Bama Guy 205. Cincinnati outlook through Friday. Yes. Yeah. And I'll try to keep it zoomed out a little bit so that if you're watching and you're not from Cincinnati, this will also be beneficial to you. Okay. I'm going to, on Radar Omega here, which, by the way, mods, can we get a link in the chat? I'm pretty sure I remembered to put the link in the description this time. But if you guys want that for iOS or Android, you can get it in the description. Radar Omega. Good stuff. It's what I use to run the show here, so obviously I like it. I am going to turn off these cameras. I'm going to turn off the weather alerts. I'm going to, yes, that's it. That's all I'm going to do. And then I'm going to go to models, convection allowing, HRRR, bada bing, bada boom. This is what I like to call the quote unquote future radar. That's not what it is. It's just a simulation of what the radar could look like as we go into the future. It's the same thing as like your local news networks when they say, "Oh, here's the future view 2000." It's this with just a wrapper on it to make it look shiny. I'm showing you the raw naked data, son. And this is what it says. Storms tonight in Cincinnati. Let me zoom out a little bit more. That's Cincinnati, right? And then it's going to get a little bit cooler. okay, as we go into tomorrow. And then what we're going to see is an increase in rain, maybe some heavy rain as we get into the early morning hours on Friday. Going to get even heavier. Actually, this might be an area that we have to be concerned about flash flooding. Pretty much everyone along the Ohio River Valley from Western Kentucky up through Evansville, Louisville, Cincinnati, that looks like some pretty long duration kind of heavy rain. And then probably around 3 or 4 p.m. on Friday, and this will change a little bit as new data comes in. You're going to get a very strong gust of wind, maybe some a pretty severe thunderstorm might come through during the afternoon hours on Friday. But you're far enough north there in Cincinnati to not have to deal too much with the instability that will kind of compile out east of this line and make the storm stronger through the rest of the day. So Cincinnati, I don't think you have anything too terrible to worry about. There is going to be a pretty strong storm come through on Friday, but it's areas south of that I'm worried about. Look at all these curved beams, man. Once again, potentially embedded supercells all the way up and down this line, all the way down here to the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, man. This is going to be causing problems. And if we get a really strong storm, especially down here between Knoxville, Chattanooga, Dalton, Atlanta, somewhere in that area, if we get a discrete kind of cell that can really take advantage of the environment, it's going to cause some problems. And it looks like that might happen because there's not a whole lot of convection here, right? When we first started looking at this storm and some of the first convection allowing models were coming out, it almost looked like there was going to be no storms. There's a huge cap in place, right? A lot of times that's bad news if you want thunderstorms, but in a situation like this where there's a ton of forcing, there's going to be at some point some sort of convection. If it's less, that's actually bad in a way. If there's less convection, that's actually bad because we might actually see those storms really kind of take root with the crazy parameter spaces that'll be in place for potential tornadoes. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at there. And thank y'all so much for getting my link out there. I see it all over Twitter. I really appreciate y'all. I think we're doing a good job of getting people back on our new stream. And I really do apologize for having to end the other one. But we're golden now. We're golden. My computer exploded and I fixed it, y'all. With the help of some wonderful people on our team. Frank, got a huge shout out to Frank, Chad, and Riley. I mean, some of these guys stayed up with me for 10 hours straight, helping me troubleshoot. And I was like my head was inside of a computer for like 2 days straight. And all I could hear was just like a chat, Chad or Frank's voice, like guiding me as to what to do. It was a really intense situation. All right, let's come back over to the real radar. What's going on right now? Still got a strong storm with hail moving over here towards Malvern, going through Arkadelphia right now in Arkansas, south of Little Rock. You got a huge storm dropping hail near Wrightsville and Redfield. Big one getting ready to come through Helena West, right along the Mississippi Arkansas border there. And then let's check in on Tennessee. Strong storms down here in Tennessee. And then let's check on those storms that we were watching near Tupelo that are trying to do something. Yeah. Yes, sir. I mean, it's trying. You see what I'm saying? I mean, if you just watch this, take it in, take this loop in. What's happening here? This is the bottom of the storm sucking in air. All right. Lots of open air for it to suck in. It's warm, it's moist, it's nice. It was hot down here today. For March 1st, it was incredibly hot down here. And now this storm is just kind of sucking all that air up. and then it's transporting that up into the atmosphere. But it's also going this way. All right, this is what we're seeing. We're seeing a two-dimensional slice of a three-dimensional thing. So the bottom of the storm's here. The moisture in the air goes up and gets blown this way. So you can see the shape of the hodograph here. This is the top of the storm. In Guntown right now, if you look outside, you don't see the same thing as what you would see in Blue Springs, even though it looks like the storm is just kind of laid out like this. This is the top of the storm, way up in the sky. This is the bottom. If you see the bottom of the storm kind of curl up a little bit more, indicating that we've got air coming into the bottom of the storm like this. Ooh, almost exactly like what you just saw there. And then it's coming, as it goes up into the atmosphere, it starts turning this way. I mean, just put it all together, son. We've got rotation, and we have a potential supercell here that's going to try to drop a tornado. It's not, I mean, this isn't the most impressive signature I've ever seen for a tornadic supercell, but it's definitely the one that I'm watching the hardest right now as this moves up towards Baldwin and Boonville in Mississippi. And you can see the rotation's picking up. Definitely picking up. Definitely. We do have storm chasers out there. Feel like we should maybe get an update from them. Brad Arnold. Let's get an update. So Brad Arnold's in this storm near Walnut, right between Middleton and Walnut in Mississippi and Tennessee. Let's see if he's got hail. Brad, you got any hail in that storm there?
Hey, Ryan. Not right now. It looks like we may have a little bit showing up on radar, but we have not seen anything just yet. But I think we're just behind the main core of it. So as we get a little bit closer, I will let you know if we do see any hail. We're watching these two cells. Obviously, they're pretty obvious on the on radar. The one near Boonville and the one that's northwest of Tupelo. Watching those very, very closely. Heading into a very good environment for tornadoes in northeast Mississippi.
We should increase the stakes for our storm chasers. What should we do? What should I be like? Hey, if you intercept, I guess is what you call it, a tornado tonight, not directly, right? We don't want you to get in it, but if you can show us a tornado tonight, then you get this. What do you think would be good for that? I'm asking anybody that wants to chime in. A McChicken, maybe? 10 pizzas? Yeah, I don't remember. Oh, yeah, if somebody's filmed Thunder Snow, I was going to give them 10 pizzas. I just feel like that there's obviously we're here to like report the weather, and the storm chasers are out there to give us eyes on the ground. This is like important stuff that we're doing. I don't want to cheapen it by making like games out of it, but I feel like that would, I don't know. I feel like that would make this, that would add another dynamic to the stream that would be just good. Like not only are we relaying these warnings, but like the storm chasers are in some sort of competition or contest, and like you can keep up with both things. Biscuits and gravy. $1,000. That might all be bad. I just hate doing so much stuff about money. Like I feel like we do a lot of that. And like I don't want to be like The Price is Right. I don't want to become like a game show, you know? Like tune in to the weather, and then you also like you don't have to watch The Price is Right because you get the same in both. And then we also incorporate Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and Andy just comes in and randomly asks me trivia questions every once in a while. and that we keep up with that as time goes on. Like 17 different things going on during the stream. Yeah, we don't want to trivialize it. I'm just spitballing here. This is curling up, ain't it, Andy? What do you think about the storm down here near Blue Springs?
It's the one I'm watching the most, Ryan. I'm trying to go up in height and see if the mesocyclone extends up there aloft, but nothing really powerful. I think it's just looking good. You know what I mean? It's got that shape, got the look to it, but I don't think it's doing much of anything. And I like the environment. I think the environment across southern Arkansas right now is the one that's most dangerous in terms of producing storms that are worth watching. But this can definitely still do it. So, of course, we're going to keep our eyes on it. And I mean, even if we're going to start underperforming here whatsoever, if that does happen or if it doesn't, we still got 2 more days ahead of us. So don't let anything that doesn't happen tonight, calm yourself for the next couple of days. We need to be prepared for those days as well.
Absolutely. Right. Remember, this is the day before the day. We're live today. Well, first of all, we're live today because we would have been anyways. When the Storm Prediction Center issues that 10% hatched risk for tornadoes, we're kind of adapting that as our trigger, right? That way, there's some way for you guys to know when to expect us to go live, and some way for everybody on our team to know, like, okay, this is definitely when we go live. Because before it was just kind of like, well, if Ryan thinks we should go live, we're going to, and we don't never know when that is. So now we have, a pretty set in stone way of keeping up with that. But also, even if we didn't have a 10% hatched risk for tornadoes tonight, I think we still would have went live just to set up the beginning of this multi-day severe weather coverage. We do this a lot before hurricanes. We do this before big snowstorms. And I kind of see this as the same thing. So if you have any questions for me or Andy, if you want to, I can't do like the forecast for every city. But like if you have general questions about the weather tonight or tomorrow or the next day, please leave those in the chat. We'll try to get to them. Chat. Live in Raleigh. When will the storms hit us? It'll be a while. We're talking late Friday, maybe even early Saturday before they get over there. Thank you very much, though, for the very generous super chat. I'm out here delivering for Pizza Hut. We'll be careful. Nicole says, I heard you mention North Carolina in your last video, and I don't like it. Yeah, the Carolinas are going to get in on this stuff. Obviously, Western North Carolina is a little bit different story than Eastern North Carolina. And it's just too early to tell you the specifics. And that's why you'll have to tune in tomorrow as well. Tomorrow, obviously, we'll be covering the storms during that day, but we'll also be talking about what's going to be happening later. All kinds of stuff. Ryan, I'm flying from San Francisco tomorrow to Florida. The halfway point is Dallas. Dallas for 3 hours, going to West Palm Beach Friday. I have never flown this time of year. That might be a little rough. I don't know the exact timing of when you'll be going from Dallas to West Palm Beach. But yeah, you'll definitely have to fly through this storm at some point. And it's one of those storms where there's a really strong, upper level and mid-level wind field. So there might be some turbulence there for sure. Okay, here we go. We got a new tornado warning, and it is on our storm that we have been keeping an eye on. There it is in all of its glory. Let me come back over here so we can get down to street level view. There is now a tornado warning for Itawamba County, Mississippi, Lee County, Prentiss, and Tishomingo County in Mississippi. Please, y'all, make sure y'all are taking shelter. We've been watching this storm for a while. Out of all the storms that are out there right now, and there's a bunch of them, this is the one that we've thought has been, this is the one that we need to watch. And that we're going to continue to watch it. But we're also looking at these storms back here in Arkansas too. There's a good chance that one of these is eventually going to catch on to a similar environment over here and try to produce a new tornado. So I just want everybody to know that we're not leaving you behind. We're not forgetting about anybody. We're watching all these storms. Andy's in the background watching storms. I'm watching storms. We've got multiple people involved in this. And if we need to switch to talking about Arkansas or Texas or Kentucky or Tennessee at any time, we will. But right now, it does look like the main place that we need to be looking at is over here in Mississippi. Because right near Birmingham, Mississippi, we have a pretty well-defined hook on this storm, pretty good amount of rotation, and now you can see that flashing box indicating the polygon as to where the tornado warning is. That includes Guntown, Chapelville, Marietta, Sandy Springs, and Moore's Mill. Take shelter immediately. The rotation definitely looks better on the surface, or at the bottom of the storm, I guess I should say, closest to the surface as we can see. And then the reflectivity just looks nuts. The reflectivity looks the most impressive, that's for sure. Pull this up over here, get a good view of it. That's our only tornado warning right now, by the way. Got a pretty big tornado watch. As everybody in the purple box here is under a tornado watch. But as far as warnings go, it's this. And man, that's a nasty looking storm. Dizzy D says 2 free oil changes. I agree. That would probably be good. Here's one of our, well, you guys know Riley, right? Riley comes through, tells us about the storm chasers, and tells us about how the stream looks crappy and we've got to end it and restart it. This is a point of view from his workstation tonight. Look at those monitors. Oh, Spencer Adkins actually has a little bit of an update here. What's old Spencer have to say? Oops. I've mixed up my button.
A quick update here. I stopped at the roadside rest because I was starting to see some alerts come out to our west. So let me share real quickly. Here's what's going
What the heck?
on with the radar just around 8 o'clock. And this
Dude, why does Twitter never work for me?
because I was starting to see some alerts come out to our west.
Anyways, this this is Spencer Atkins. He's the meteorologist that was here today earlier. I was trying to hear what he had to say, but of course it doesn't work. Everything that it could have possibly went wrong with our computer and network system here at the Weather House did. Oh, Kenzie's going to download it. Thanks, Kenzie. It's our local guy. Yeah, Spencer's awesome. We hung out for a while today. Shoot. This is like the craziest looking storm on radar. You guys seeing this? But it's not, as far as I can tell, it doesn't have like a really impressive rotation signature. All right, let's see what old buddy, old pal Spencer
Everybody,
has
quick
to say.
update.
I don't know if I'll retweet this. Make sure you follow Spencer in WOWK.
Here, I stopped at the roadside rest because I was starting to see some alerts come out to our west. So let me show you real quickly. Here's what's going on with the radar just around 8 o'clock. And this is Wednesday night. We have a line of thunderstorms that's cooking out there, Cincinnati, Dayton, and that's sliding to the east. Now, there is just a little bit of a chance, what we call the marginal risk. The Storm Prediction Center says there's a marginal risk in that dark green shaded area that we could see a severe thunderstorm. That would be based mainly on wind. Now, the portion of the storms that has tornadoes, well, that is in the deep south. We're talking about portions of Tennessee and back on over to Arkansas and even further south. So that's tonight. There will be more activity a little bit later on. We'll see a couple more rounds of rain in our neighborhood, but another risk for severe weather. I wouldn't sleep on this one. This is Friday. That's going to be something else. So, yeah, we're going to definitely keep our eyes on that. In the meantime, again, later tonight in the 13 news viewing area, like 11, 12 o'clock, we'll have showers, thunderstorms. Some of those will be gusty. There are some warnings with that line. So I've been on the road today, had a fun project and a great chance to meet Ryan Hall from Ryan Hall Y'all, who is streaming even as I record this. So I'll put a link to his live stream there, and you can check out our stuff, of course, at WOWKTV.com. I'm calling it a little bit of convergence. And as Ryan says, and I totally agree with, and I think I've said it in other ways over the years, don't be scared, just be prepared, right? It's always better to know. And if you're armed with knowledge, that helps you be safe when it comes to storm season. So we'll keep you up to date again, and I'll have more updates throughout the night. If we need to, we'll jump in and do whatever we need to on the television. Chris Nola's in the studio today, so from the road, everybody have a good night.
Awesome. Yeah, it was very cool. Very cool hanging out with our friend Spencer Adkins. TV weather guy, YouTube weather guy, combined forces. How tall is Ryan? I don't know. I think I'm 6'3". That's something that people always are surprised by when they see me in person. Is like, you don't look tall in your YouTube videos. Like, well, I mean, like, all you see is my head. How can you tell? Oh, really? This storm is just like, I mean, it looks almost exactly like what you would look for in a storm that's definitely going to produce a tornado, but I think it just looks that way. It's not like there's nothing else about it that's impressive. There's definitely rotation here. It's still strengthening. But like it's not, this isn't curling up in the way that we like to say whenever we say, oh, if that hook comes around and it starts curling up. It's not really doing that. This is just kind of floating up. And it's probably going to get absorbed into the forward flank here. We'll see what happens after that, but definitely a strong storm we've got to watch out for in Marietta. So stay in your safe spots out there. Looks like our storm to the north near Rhinesy is starting to rotate a little bit too. So we'll keep you updated on that one. What else we got out yonder? Let's go to the Little Rock radar. I mean, these massive storms out here are just really dropping a ton of hail. I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at now. Hail, strong, damaging winds in some of these. This one over here that just passed Helena West, moving over towards Sledge and Senatobia, south of Memphis. That one's definitely packing a punch with hail. But our rotating storms, at least for the most part, are right over here. And we saw some similar to this up in Tennessee earlier. They got warned for tornadoes. So this is kind of like interacting with that same kind of atmosphere. This one up north is doing a tiny bit better. It's still not very impressive, but I wouldn't be surprised since they issued the tornado warning for that storm down to the south here for Marietta. They'll probably issue one for Burnsville and Holcutt here in the next little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if they did or didn't at this point. But I would definitely be watching it if I lived out there. The sirens are going off in Tupelo, Mississippi. Well, that's a little bit off. The storm that could potentially produce a tornado is well off to the north and east from Tupelo. There's more storms coming that might cause a problem later tonight, but right now, really not much going on in Tupelo. Can you show a wider view? Yeah, absolutely. I like to zoom in whenever we have a tornado warning. You know, I feel like that's the most important thing. But right now we have a bunch of storms all up and down this corridor. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning up here in central Kentucky, actually just to the west of Lexington, Lawrenceburg, Versailles. You guys are all included in this. 60-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail possible with that. Sirens are county-based, so since the tornado clips the county in Tupelo, the sirens will go off. That's dumb, in my opinion. They should definitely fix that. There's so many things that are dumb, and it's just like, why can't we just fix that real quick? But it's probably way more complicated than what I think. I feel like there should be a button. Like, turn that off. Or just like give somebody a job. Makes that somebody's job. Like you know, a meteorologist maybe. Their job is to like activate certain sirens. Or just hire a programmer to make it polygon based instead of county based. One of the biggest reasons I think people don't take warnings seriously is because of the massive false alarm rate in our huge polygons and our county-based sirens and all this stuff. If we can just narrow down the warning a little bit, I think that it would be good. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
A new tornado warning has been
We got a new
issued.
tornado warning in Alabama. I'm going to wait a second to confirm this, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be, I'm pretty sure that's going to be an extension. Oh, no. No, that's what? That is a new warning over here. Let me show you what's happening right now. Here is this warning. I think we're getting ready to see another one. So it's gonna look like this. Like whenever this is done, the warning is gonna look like this. But this part of the warning got issued first. The weather service over here in Alabama is different than this one. They have to work together. But anyways, we do have a new tornado warning for the storm that we were talking about earlier, and it's exactly for the areas that we were talking about: Burnsville, Leedy, Blythe Crossing, and then of course over into Alabama too. That's a pretty long warning. I didn't think that they would issue it that far down, but Cherokee, Smithsonian, Rhodesville, Waterloo in Alabama, y'all need to watch out for this one too. I mean, this one is definitely the one to watch now. It looks even more impressive on radar than the one to the south did. And if you look at the velocities, like there's definitely a way more impressive looking mezzo on this one. And you can even go up a couple of tilts and still see it. ZDR, yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of red there. There's a whole lot of indications that this is still a strengthening storm. And yeah, if I'm in Burnsville, Holka, or Luca, I am getting to shelter. Hopefully, anyways. Hopefully that part of the storm is in the warning here. I haven't seen it come through yet, but maybe there's just a slight discrepancy in the timing of which they come out. As a programmer, a lot of sirens are set to work even without network connection. Pretty hard to do it by Polygon. Could it be done? Yes, the tech exists, but it would be very difficult. I see. Well, then, in my opinion, we should have a way of doing it through the internet, through some sort of like internet protocol most of the time. And then in the rare instance where all of the internet is down, then we go back to the old way, right? Because if it's that bad, we need countywide sirens. If it's a radar indicated tornado warning that's not knocking out the power or the internet, I don't know if we need countywide sirens. Once again, all this stuff, like I'm sitting here acting like, you guys just fix it. When in reality, I'm sure there's a ton of red tape. There's a ton of BS in the way. I'm just throwing out ideas. You know me.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Oh, there still ain't a tornado warning over here, from what I can see. That's nuts. Was that a new tornado watch? It was. Oh wow, a decent one, to a couple strong tornadoes possible. We got 1.5 million people under this new watch that'll go out into 2 a.m. Central. 2 a.m. Central here from Columbia, Shelbyville, Winchester, and Lawrenceburg in Tennessee, down into Florence, Russellville, Decatur, Huntsville, Coleman, Jasper, and Albertville in Alabama. A couple strong tornadoes possible.
Has been issued.
And a scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, isolated hail up to ping pong ball size, 1.5 million people. So, yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting wording there from the National Weather Service indicating, or the Storm Prediction Center indicating that we might see some strong tornadoes in that watch area tonight. Somebody in chat said there is a tornado watch in Alabama. Take shelter now. Honestly, if you're in Colbert County or Lauderdale County, Alabama, you do want to take shelter now, okay? Because you are actually under a tornado warning. But the tornado watch actually doesn't require you to take shelter. It just requires you to watch me or whoever you want to watch that does weather coverage, and just pay attention and wait for that warning to come through. When we got a tornado watch, that means conditions are favorable for potentially seeing some tornadoes. Doesn't always happen, right? Like actually, most of the time, if you're under a tornado watch, you don't see a tornado. That's how it works. It's the way odds and probabilities and statistics work. But your odds are much higher when you're under a tornado watch. So you've got to watch out and just pay attention to warnings. Now, if you get a tornado warning, that means that it's either happening or we believe it's about to happen. And that's when you need to take shelter. Definitely some interesting stuff going on here with these storms. And I believe that's the Storm Prediction Center. These two storms and pretty much all of these cells that are kind of getting pushed forward by this line that's forming back here are probably going to continue to rotate and cause problems as they go through northern Alabama. Taco watch versus taco warning. Yeah, that is a good way to conceptualize it. A taco watch would be like when you've got all the ingredients for a taco, but you don't have a taco, right? Like most people have the ingredients for a taco in their fridge, but they don't have a taco. That's a taco watch. But when you've put all the ingredients together and you actually have a taco in front of you, that's a taco warning. Replace taco with tornado, and now you get it. Now you understand. Like, no, Ryan, I don't have the ingredients for a tornado in my fridge. What are you talking about? What program are you using for this? I'm using Radar Omega. It's the best. It's the best radar app. It's literally good enough to where you can make a YouTube channel and get 1 million subscribers from using it. And it costs like $9. There are, I was talking to a TV weather guy today. There are programs that they use that they pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for that do the same thing. I thought that was pretty funny. It's like, just go to the App Store and get Radar Omega, man. And it's the beautiful thing about the world we live in, this future. Like, we all have access to the same stuff. There's no more gatekeeping for anything, really. Just got to learn. You got to learn. You know, you got to know what you're doing. You got to know what you're looking at. But like, you have it, son. You can have it right here. Sirens are going off in Florence, Alabama. Okay, there is a tornado warning for the county that Florence is in. But there is right now. There's really not a. I wouldn't say that there's a tornado coming for Florence. But if you're in Waterloo or Cherokee, I would be getting to shelter. Florence, you've got a little while. Let's stick together, and I'll let you know when and if you need to go take shelter. Florence, you're good. Just be weather aware over the next little bit here. These are definitely like just overall healthy looking storms. The rotation on this one near Leedy and Holcutt is definitely ramping up a little bit. And it's funny because at the same time, the reflectivity presentation just looks way less impressive. Yeah, let me zoom out. Let me show you some of this other stuff because we do have a ton of other severe warnings that are kind of being issued while we're watching this tornado cluster. East of Little Rock near Stuttgart in Arkansas, we got a big hailstorm coming through, 1.5 inch in diameter hail moving through there. South of Memphis near Senatobia, we've got inch in diameter hail and strong winds getting ready to move through the I-55 corridor north of Batesville. That's also going to move into the I-22 corridor between Holly Springs and New Albany over the next couple of hours. And then over here in the northeastern Mississippi area and northwestern Alabama area, we just have a cluster of thunderstorms that are trying their best to put down tornadoes. They haven't done so yet. That's great news. But they are trying. And if I put this into motion, you can see them. You can see how they started off as little beans and they grew into mature, kind of stronger supercell thunderstorms. They're still rotating, but they're not really going nuts just yet. And we hope that they don't, but if they do, we will let you know. Can you do a video where you teach us how to use Radar Omega? I've been saying that I'm going to do that for a while. I just haven't gotten around to it. my best advice is just watch these streams. Like I'm using it. Just watch what I do. Watch the buttons I click. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, watching a couple things right now. Mainly the cell that's behind our northern tornado warning in Mississippi, headed into Alabama, the one to the west near Rienzi and Jumpertown. That one has support aloft, so I do see an actual established mesocyclone, which is a little bit new compared to the rest of the storms we've been looking at today. But I'm also paying a little bit of attention to south central Arkansas. We have Zach and Frankie out ahead of this big Chungus supercell. That's going to go right to Highway 167 headed north-south. So they're getting ready to intercept that. It's got a convergent signature that's, sort of shown itself in the latest few scans. The bottom of it is beginning to move a little bit faster and catch up. So if we see that wrap up, Zach and Frankie are in a good spot there to the east of Carthage, Arkansas.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for bringing our attention down here to Arkansas, where we also have severe thunderstorms and potentially some more tornadic storms getting ready to pop off. Speaking of Zach and Frankie, y'all, we've got a big team today of great storm chasers. We've got Brad, Zach, Frankie, Brian, Chris, Bryce Shelton, all out there in the middle of these big storms tonight, giving us not a bird's eye view, but a road's eye view, a car's eye view of these storms, as that helps us understand the ground truth as to what's actually happening. Zach and Frankie are close to this storm out here. And if this is going to produce a tornado, we are going to see it through them. So let's actually talk to them. Let's see what's up with them and get an update. Zach and Frankie, how you guys doing tonight? We're live on YouTube. We're watching you approach the storm. Looks like a pretty big convergence signature on the velocity on radar, indicative of maybe this thing going tornadic at some point. What are you guys seeing? What are you thinking? Just give us an update. Maybe if we can put them in.
Yeah, Ryan, me and Frankie are on 167 South, kind of towards Fordyce. This thing really upticked in the last 10 to 15 minutes, so the terrain down here is rough. We're trying to just get a view, maybe get some lightning to illuminate the storm base and see if we can see anything.
All right, so there you go, Zach and Frankie. That's what they're doing. That's in Arkansas. Over here near Stuttgart, you guys are getting ready to get hit by some hail. Okay, it could be large. It also could just be kind of smaller hail, but a lot of it, a little bit of a hail blizzard coming through Ulm, Humphrey, in these areas. But there's not as much of a tornadic signature with that one right now. And it looks like the rotation on these storms over here in Mississippi and in Alabama it's still there. These still look like really impressive storms. And thankfully, we've got Brad Arnold getting ready to give us some ground truth on that one. And I've been sitting down enough today. Let's stand up. Oh, yeah. That's what we like. All right, I'm going to have to turn even more so that my head is in the frame. There we go. Okay, so if you're just now tuning in, we're doing live severe weather coverage here, pretty much talking about Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas, portions of Texas, Louisiana, and we're going to be going at least until the tornadic threat seems like it's not past, but subdued. And this is day one of a 3-day continuous severe weather coverage. So we're going to see multiple tornadoes more than likely over the next 3 days, and we just want to make sure we're here for all of it. Unfortunately, we can't stay live the entire time. At some point, we need to sleep. So we will be taking breaks. But I think tomorrow, there's a good chance we're live for, I don't know, 12 hours or something. I don't know. I'll have to look at the thing again. I think tomorrow we're going to start. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Probably around 2 or 3 p.m. Yeah, I mean, we could we could very easily go for 12 hours tomorrow, 3 p.m. to 3 a.m., something like that. So yeah, we're just getting warmed up tonight. What did I'm an electrical engineer. It's not just programming, but the equipment. The simplest technology is often the safest and most reliable. To minimize the chance of failure, we use the most basic designs and components possible. I get that. Have that as the backup is all I'm saying. Like, have the simple and reliable stuff as the backup, and then use the good stuff most of the time when you can. Like, I understand that's not always going to work, but why not have the good stuff most of the time is all I'm saying. Linda says this donation is from 5 who say thank you to the whole crew. Linda, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Extremely generous. Thank you. Everybody say thank you to Linda. You guys, through your support, we're able to do a lot here. We're able to have a $10,000 computer explode and not just have to call it quits. Go ahead, Andy.
All right, Ryan, trying this cam out now, see if there's any audio desync. I'm going to go test that real quick. So test. But also, I'm here to tell you about the southern tornado warning, because this one headed towards Belmont has properly cycled, and we should be taking another look at it with its rotation ramping up pretty rapidly, I'd say. So I expect another tornado warning going in across the Alabama border here in near Pleasant Site and areas south of that along Highway 24.
Okay.
A new tornado
Thank you.
warning
And
has been issued.
there it goes. Just got a new tornado warning for Colbert County and Lauderdale County, Alabama. So that is what we're going to look at here. And then as far as any desynced audio, that might not be coming from your camera. I don't know. Well, that might be something I forgot to tweak on my end on this new PC. But I didn't see anything there. If you guys did, let me know. We also want to take a look at that new tornado warning. As soon as we get the polygon, it's crazy how fast our system is. But anyways, the rotation here is definitely ramping up. This is what we've been waiting on it to look like this whole time. I mean, look, watch me drag this all the way back. It's been rotating for a while, but now it's really kind of stepped up. If we go up a couple tilts, still rotating. And of course, the ZDR is, I mean, this is still a growing and intensifying storm. So if you are in Belmont, Red Bay, Pleasant Site, any of these places, please take shelter. Okay, so the one to the north up here is actually where that new warning was, and that does include Florence. Okay, that does include Florence, Alabama. See the black flashing box there, black and purple. That's our new tornado warning. It includes Cloverdale, Cherokee, Florence, and Muscle Shoals. I mean, they're just really getting out ahead of this storm and warning it for miles and miles ahead of the curve there, and that's great. But I think there's probably going to be something coming from this one as well. This one kind of warrants it a little bit more than this northern one, but both of them are dangerous. And if you're anywhere out here in Cherokee, Florence, Muscle Shoals, all the way down to, once again, Red Bay, Minot in Alabama or Mississippi, y'all need to be getting to shelter very, very quickly. Don't play around with these storms, y'all. Florence, Alabama. Yes, Florence, Alabama does need to take shelter. There's a live camera here. Yeah, there's a live camera from Florence in the Radar Omega. There's 23 of you guys watching with me right now in the app. And you can see that the outdoor temperature right now is 74 degrees. The dew point 62. All right, and you can see that distant lightning. You can see all that happening. You can see how the temperature has just recently started to drop. Pressure is dropping rapidly. You can very clearly tell that a storm is approaching here from this camera in the Radar Omega app. Oh my goodness. Everybody's opening up the app. There's 60 of you watching with me now. 70. So yeah, that's another cool feature of Radar Omega. They've got these live cameras all over the place. Here's another one near Cloverdale. And you can see that it's just, we're getting a good view of the rain and the lightning here from this storm. But I think that if the tornado warned portion of this storm kind of continues directly east, we'll have almost a perfect view of it here on this camera. So that's interesting. And now there's 150 of y'all in the app watching with me. Yeah, that's a intense circulation now here, moving towards Belmont and Golden. I don't know if my system is out of whack or what, but I'm just
a new tornado.
Okay, there it is. I hope that's the one. Itawamba, Prentiss, Tishomingo County, Mississippi, all now under new tornado warnings. Okay, yeah. Man, this sucks. This is another one of those things that sucks. Like, just issue one warning here. If you're in Belmont, Mississippi, take shelter. We've got a new warning, and we'll hopefully see the extension of that into Alabama as well. It should include Red Bay, Halltown, and Pleasant Site, White Oak Community, and Pogo in Alabama. Take shelter now because this storm is definitely trying to pack a punch. What color table do you use? I think this is something. I think this is like the Baron or Viper. I don't remember, guys. I'm sorry. Okay, so we got another new warning. This is a mess. Look at all these polygons. Viper HD. Yeah, that's the color table I use. Anyways, if you're just now tuning in, we've got 6 tornado warnings, right? But really, it's just 2. They're just a bunch of polygons on here. And basically what it is these 2 storms right here. We got the one that Brad Arnold's on right now. Dang, that's loud. We got the one that Brad Arnold's on right now, and we also have the one just to the south near Belmont. These are the two storms that we're watching move into Alabama and potentially producing tornadoes here. Florence, Alabama is under a warning. The storm's still pretty good distance from you, but we're definitely not gonna let our guard down. We're gonna wait for it to come and see what happens next. Brad Arnold just went through the rotating part of this storm up here to the north. So let's ask him if he's seeing anything. If we can get a hold of him. It looks like that's going to be tough. He must be in a dead zone. Okay, we'll get back to him here in a second, but I don't see any damage on his feed. But he's literally driving through where like a tornado would have went if there was one on the ground with that storm, and it doesn't look like there was. Yeah, the rotation down here near Belmont continues to look more interesting, look more impressive. A pleasant sight, Red Bay. You guys definitely need to continue to be in your safe spots. This is a storm that we've been watching for a long time now, and it is kind of finally evolved enough, I guess, to really take advantage of the environment. And I want to take a look at these storms back here a little bit to the west as well. Let's do that real quick. So the one back here in south of Little Rock, we got a big severe thunderstorm warning for 1.25 inch in diameter hail for Pine Bluff now. So if you're in Pine Bluff, get ready for that. Also, this storm is trying to rotate. It really is. And it's entering a part of the atmosphere or this air mass that's in place that would definitely allow it to do so. So we're going to watch that one close. Clarendon, Holly Grove, Crockett's Bluff over here in Arkansas. You guys are getting ready to get hit by a bunch of hail. South of Memphis, we got a pretty large storm with some hail moving through Senatobia. Get ready to move into Abbeville and Holly Springs. And honestly, that's the most interesting thing that we've got going on. We've got storms up here near Cincinnati. Even just south of Columbus, we've got some storms near Lexington, Elizabethtown, Bowling Green, Nashville, a couple rumbles of thunder out there, but nothing really intense. The storms right now are happening in their greatest intensity, I would say, down here in northern Alabama right now. That's why we're zoomed in on this area. Whoa. Dang, son. I mean, this thing is spinning hard. I mean, it's spinning real hard. I would watch out. So this one's going to be interesting. This one might ride whatever it's on for a while. We might have to watch this one all the way out towards Russellville and Littleville as well. Florence, Alabama, you guys are still under a tornado warning. Thank goodness, though, the rotation that originally sparked that is starting to die down a little bit, and one of our storm chasers just drove through it. He just drove through where the tornado was supposed to be, and he's not screaming and hollering at me saying that he saw it. So I'm thinking that maybe we're dodging a bullet here. We still want you to stay in your safe spot in Florence, Cloverdale, Tuscumbia, Cherokee, and Waterloo until that warning's allowed to expire. But hopefully we don't have to deal with anything terrible out there. Yeah, some pretty significant convergence there. Just waiting to see what the pivot does. This storm, just from the looks of it right now, it looks like it has the ability to do something really nasty over the next little bit as it moves into Alabama. I'm hoping that it doesn't, but it has that look to it. It could fall apart, but at the same time, if it doesn't, things could get nasty out here. So we're going to keep a very close eye on it. Two dangerous supercells are moving through the northeast corner of Mississippi. You need to be in your safe spot. If you're in Cherokee, Alabama, if you're in Florence, Alabama, but especially if you're in Pleasant Site, as this just looks really, really bad as it moves towards a White Oak Community, Seven Pines, Dempsey, Pleasant Grove, and Frankfort. Man, that has a nasty look to it. Kasaya says, I hope I said that right. Ryan, I have people watching. I want to get hooked on your channel. Can you explain the difference between the red and green on radar? You keep bringing up. Oh, okay. Yeah. So this red and green here, this is velocity. And for anybody that's new here, you'll see me do this. You'll see me be like, wow, man, that storm looks like it could produce a tornado. Let's see if it is. Then I do this, and I'm like, oh yeah, it might actually be. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, what did he see? Like, what's happening there? Well, this on the velocity here, this shows us the wind speed and direction pretty much of the wind inside of a storm. And everything that's green is stuff that's going towards the radar, right? Towards the radar. And then everything that's red is stuff that's going away from the radar. And we can infer from the placement of the radar that we have counterclockwise rotation here, right? And if I zoom out here, there's a lot of different places where you can see that, right? It's like, ooh, over here near Osborne Creek, there's some red and green next to each other. But look at how light it is. Look at how displaced it is. It's not even oriented in a way that would say that we've got counterclockwise rotation. That would actually be clockwise rotation. There's a million places where you can find red and green close to each other. But if you see this, something more like a couplet is what we call it, where intense values in both directions touch each other, that could be a sign that we have at least a mesocyclone, a rotating part of the storm. And then you confer that, or you compare that to the radar. Is that rotation happening at the base of a supercell thunderstorm or a large storm? If so, then that's another checkbox on our thing that we go through whenever we try to determine whether or not a tornado is happening. And then you can even go farther than that. You can, obviously in this storm, there's a tornado trying to happen. It could be happening right now. But if it is happening in a couple of frames, we will see a little blue dot pop up on this map, on the correlation coefficient is what we call it, that shows debris being lofted into the air. There's a lot of different ways to check and see if we've got a tornado on the radar. But the easiest way, and the way that we always try to do it first, is by looking at the reflectivity. This is the bottom of the storm. This is a rotating storm here. And then we look at the velocity and we confirm that rotation. So this one was spinning hard as it went over Belmont. It's still spinning pretty hard, but hopefully it lets up here. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm pretty concerned about this south central Arkansas cell here, or big old blob is what I'm going to call it now. It's got hail that is unbelievable, and it goes up so far in height. You can see the hail core literally displaced to the southeast with the progression of the storm. So areas near Faith, Arkansas, and then eventually headed towards some highways, Highway 15 and 425, or State Road 15 rather, and Highway 425 near Terry and Yorktown, Arkansas. There's some there could be some large hail in here, but it's more like a hail blizzard that's headed towards you. So I would not want to be driving out in that. If you can take shelter and you're on that road, that would be the first thing I would do, because those are some seriously impressive hail returns that I'm seeing on radar.
Yeah, that's Yeah, there's definitely some big hail and then a lot of hail in that storm, and it's moving right towards Pinebergen, southern parts of Pine Bluff, Grady, Tamo, Cornerstone. Yeah, that is an extremely strong storm. And Zach and Frankie were close to this. Let me see. Let me try to pinpoint their location. Chris and Brian are also kind of close to this. Yeah, so Zach and Frankie are just to the south of this storm. So obviously, I don't think they're going to try to get in that. Don't want to literally blow out your windshield at night or at 8 p.m. at night at the beginning of a 3-day storm chase. But yeah, something is definitely going on there, and it's more than likely some extremely large hail. Got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Cleveland, Jefferson, and Lincoln counties in Arkansas. Dang. All right, we're keeping up with that one. We're also going to go over here and check back in on our tornado warnings. And just look at what's going on here. And the rotation is still there, but it's definitely, it's different. We might see a little bit of an outflow dominant situation take hold here. And that's what we can hope for as this storm wants to produce a big tornado. I really hope it doesn't. Florence, wind's starting to pick up there, right? Wind's starting to pick up. The lightning is picking up. The thunder's getting louder. You are under a tornado warning. And we 100% want you in your safe spot. But the good news is, for now, the original rotation that sparked the tornado warning for you has significantly let up. That's not me telling you to come out of your safe spot. It's just me trying to give you some words of encouragement in a scary time for you. We'll get through it. We're going to try to here. Wow. This is a monster storm out here in Arkansas. Pine Bluff is currently holding a basketball tournament. I hope it ain't on the southern side of town. Well, obviously, we hope people stay indoors, but man. That's a really impressive signature on radar. Afton, thanks for becoming a high risker. How's Mississippi going? Mississippi's going all right. There were a couple tornado warnings earlier. I think a lot of that activity has now moved into northwestern Alabama. Right now, there's one severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi along the I-55 corridor south of Memphis. But there will be more storms tonight. So we will definitely see that continue to kind of uptrend, I guess, the activity in Mississippi tonight. I don't think that we are near, well, I don't know. When's our maximum potential tornado time frame? Honestly, it's over the next hour or so. After we get past 10 p.m. Eastern, things start to die down a little bit until tomorrow. There's still going to be the potential for tornadoes all throughout the night, but kind of the next hour is when we really need to be watching some of these storms. Looks like Zach and Frankie are in the storm now. I don't know if you can see their feet or not, but I can't tell if I'm seeing hail on the road or what. But they're not in that hail core. They're pretty far south. But I think if they go north into the path of the storm, you will probably actually see like hail on the side of the roads. It'll almost look like it snowed if they were to go straight up towards Pine Bluff. But I think they're actually going to parallel this to the south. And Brian Allen's out here in Arkansas. And then Brad Arnold is out here in Colbert County, Alabama. Definitely interesting signature showing up on velocity now on the storm south of Pine Bluff. This storm looks like it wants to rotate more than it already is. It'll be interesting to see what actually happens here. I think this is just going to be a big hailer, but we definitely don't want to see this turn into a tornadic supercell because this thing is just monstrous. Let's see here. Cotton GA 57 makes me proud to support this great work, Ryan. I live my past dream of being a meteorologist vicariously through you. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you find value in watching me and everything that we're doing here. Lynn B has been a member for 21 months. Says, thanks, Ryan, for allowing me to be a member of this amazing team. No, thank you for being a member of the team. Bruh. Chris found y'all water. I got to get some of this. I got to send some cease and desists. The hail core in this storm that we're looking at in Arkansas is around 10 miles long or longer. It's huge. It's gargantuan. Ryan, how many storms have you chased? I've chased a lot of storms in my day. I haven't got to go out and chase tornado outbreaks and like stuff like that, stuff like this a lot. A lot of my storm chasing has taken place in the Ohio Valley. Lots of shelf clouds, lots of flash floods, lots of funnel clouds, lots of, interesting stuff, lots of, storms, but I haven't seen a tornado. I probably would have. If I would have continued on my storm chasing journey. When I started this YouTube channel, I thought I was going to be a storm chaser and then also a weather updater guy. If I would have went the storm chaser route, I probably would have seen all kinds of tornadoes by now. But I am here in the office and doing this all the time, mostly because I love it. I think I'm more useful here. If I'm a storm chaser, let's say there's 10 storms out there, I can only pick one to follow. And if it's the wrong one, what am I doing? You know, and that's not always the case. If you do pick the right one, then you're way more useful than anybody else. You know what I'm saying? With me here at the office and doing this and kind of working with other storm chasers, I feel like we can adequately show you everything that's happening and not leave anybody out. But I do love storm chasing and I do miss it. I do miss being out there. But I still go every once in a while. Just the other day, I was in Ohio chasing some storms. Near Dayton, we had some tornado warnings and a couple tornadoes up there near, was it Middletown? I was close, but I didn't get it. A guy stopped us or was talking to us at a gas station or something. And he's like, "What do you guys do? Chase storms?" He's like, "Yes, sir." He said, "Well, what do you do when you catch it?" And I was just, I was like, "What?" I was like, I don't know. I'm just trying to get there first. When Ryan Hall is looking at the radar by your house and gets that look. Oh no, that's funny. Let's check in back with our friends in Florence. Y'all are in your safe spots, hopefully. This wind's starting to pick up out there. It's a pretty intense storm, but I do believe that the tornado-y part of it is it's really not there anymore. So that's good news. But stay in your safe spots at least for the next 15 minutes or so until this warning's allowed to expire. The one to the south, the storm that we've been watching to the south is still looking a little bit more interesting to me. At one point when it was over here near Belmont, I thought it was going to drop a big tornado. This thing it's not there yet. I don't know if it ever will be, and that's a good thing. But yeah, we're good news. We got Brad Arnold. Got Storm Chaser Brad Arnold here going south on 43 to give us a view of it. He's going to let us know if it is producing a tornado down here near Littleville. More than likely is where he's going to intercept that. By the way, you guys can look at Brad Arnold's feed at any time in the Radar Omega app. Whenever I open the Storm Chaser feeds in Radar Omega, it just blasts like the loudest volume possible. I don't know if there needs to be a way to mute that, and I don't think that there is. Here's a video from Zach Hall. Highway 79 west of Ryzen. Tree damage everywhere, including this large tree on the highway.
That person almost drove right into it, didn't they?
Yeah. You ready to give this thing a give it a shot? See how it goes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Test.
That person
So
almost
this
drove
is
right
the
into
storm
it,
that
didn't
we've
they?
been watching over there south of Pine Bluff.
Ready to give this thing
producing some some tree damage, blocking roadways in Arkansas there.
Test.
That person almost drove right into it, didn't they?
Bradley Smith, thank you for the very generous super chat. He says, Ryan, thank you for caring and sharing with us. My son Mason has his Radar Omega up and running so he can watch what is happening while watching your broadcast here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Thanks for what you do. Keep folks safe. Bradley, thank you for that. And I wish,
A new tornado
I really
warning
wish
has
I
been
had
issued.
something like Radar Omega when I was younger. That would have been awesome. I had to watch the Weather Channel and just wait for the local on the 8s to see the radar for like 2 minutes. And I couldn't look at anything other than just like the very smoothed out radar that they had. We got a new tornado warning. And we're going to zoom in on that while Andy gives us his update. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, it's about time. We've been watching the big Chungus supercell that I mentioned earlier, as its convergent signature has eventually turned into inflow dominant, meaning that we can get some rotation wrapping up in there. You can see that very clearly over Star City, that area right there near Yorktown. So finally, it has managed to spin something up worth warranting a National Weather Service warning, so everybody hopefully can get in their safe spots for the counties. Ryan, read them out.
All right. Arkansas County, Cleveland County, Dacia County, Jefferson County, and Lincoln County, Arkansas. You're under a tornado warning. And this is probably one of the more significant looking storms that we've seen today.
A new tornado warning.
So
has been
this
issued.
one, we've definitely got to take shelter in Yorktown, Star City, Gold, Grady, all the way up to Gillette in Arkansas. And guess what? We just got another new warning. Another new warning just came out, and that one's going to be in Alabama. And it's going to be an extension of a warning for a storm we've already been looking at. So this one now includes Littleville, Russellville, and Town Creek. Brad Arnold's on that storm. See the black flashing box there? That's the new warning. Brad Arnold's on that storm, so he will let us know if there's a tornado in here. And it does look like once again, just like we were talking about, near White Oak Community and Pleasant Grove, the rotation is picking up. It's south of Florence, okay? So we want everybody in this area to remain in their shelters. If you're under a tornado warning right now, remain in your shelter. But Florence, the storm's about to be over for you guys. The new rotation with the new tornado is kind of displaced to your south a little bit, closer to Russellville. So if you're in Littleville, you're in the direct path of this thing. Please take shelter now. Back to Arkansas, where if any of these storms tonight are going to produce a tornado, this is probably going to be it. So if we are in Gold, Dumas, Star City, any of these places, we really need to be getting it and digging it. All right, to the shelter. And we don't have much time to think about it, because one of three things is going to happen. You're going to get a really strong storm with a lot of hail, all right, and some strong winds. You don't want to be in the living room when that happens, okay? Windows can get blown out. You just want to get to shelter. Also, we could have a tornado, all right? We could have a tornado. Obviously, you don't want to be in the living room for that. Get to shelter, the most interior room of your building or your home, whatever you're in. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, and maybe even put on a helmet or something like that to protect your head. but another option is just straight line damaging winds. There could be a big downdraft here. A lot of things could happen to knock a tree down, okay, and into a part of the house or something like that. So be mindful of that and just try to protect yourself from the outside world. Just think of it that way. Try to get underground if you can. If you can't, then walls. Put real walls on a sturdy home or structure around you, and bring me with you on your phone, tablet, whatever has access to cell data, and we'll get through this together. Dumas. Gould. And Grady, all in the path of this extremely dangerous storm. Wow. Yeah.
Hey Ryan, I hate to cut in, but I don't think slow mode's enabled, and there's people spamming.
Oh, I can change that on the fly, right? We don't have to end the stream or nothing like that. Y'all are children. Gotta put you in timeout here in the chat. Come on now. I can figure out how to do it. Slow mode enabled. All right, get it out of your systems. Go ahead. I think I do 15 seconds usually. That's what I'm doing now. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, something to distract you from that is something pretty interesting that is in Arizona, which is, it looks like a little bit of a QLCS to me there, and it's got some severe warnings for some wind, I think. So heavy rain in the Phoenix metro right now in Arizona. So we could take a quick look at that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out here along I-10, mostly for 60-mile-an-hour winds, and once again, some small hail, and in and around the Phoenix area. And this is attached to, or this is happening because of the main, the parent system that's going to be causing our big problems tomorrow. So it's already causing a ruckus over here in Arizona. It's been causing a ruckus in California. I'm sure you guys have heard about some of the crazy, snow amounts and some of the rain that we've seen over there. This is all kind of, it's come from this huge trough that's been coming down over the West Coast. And as it comes down, it's getting tighter, it's getting smaller, it's packing all that energy into a more concise area. And then once it makes it over the Rockies, it's going to just boom, eject off like a baseball bat swing, hit that Gulf of Mexico moisture like a baseball. And if it hits it just right, the home run wouldn't be good for us, but it would be a potential severe weather outbreak. Go ahead, Andy.
Yes, Ryan, and to speak even further on, the strength of this system that's going to be moving through over the next few days, that newest severe warning on the northeastern part is actually a tornado possible severe warning for Arizona here. So, yeah, if you're not believing what's coming tomorrow now, it's giving you a precursor. Hey, watch out. So we'll be there to cover it, and yeah, certainly seeing something like this tells me that we definitely need to be on tomorrow.
Yeah. We will be on tomorrow. I'm telling you guys, if you if you care anything about my personal intuition here with this kind of stuff, I think tomorrow is going to be a pretty significant day, and I also think that Friday has the opportunity of being just as significant as tomorrow in some ways. I don't usually say that kind of stuff. Usually we go with the flow. Here's the SPC outlook, and obviously we're always going to do that. But with this system in particular, my spidey senses are tingling a little bit harder, I guess, than usual. And I hope that I'm wrong, but definitely not liking the look of the potential that this storm has as we go into the next couple of days. Tonight has been definitely active as far as tornado warnings go, but it's been a little bit quiet as far as actually, seeing tornadoes make contact with the ground, which might be a good sign. But what we're dealing with tonight is really a completely different situation from what we are going to be dealing with tomorrow. The fact that we are dealing with this tonight at all is just another indication of just all of the parameters, all the dynamics that are be going into tomorrow's system. It's a very wide, broad reaching system that's just going to take forever to get out of our hair. And while it's here, it's going to do some stuff. Tornado tingles. Yeah, that's better than Spidey senses. Northeast Alabama, you're fine right now. We are under a tornado watch until like 2 a.m. But right now the storms are still way off into western Alabama. They'll get there tonight. I can't tell you what they're going to do, but there is a chance of some storms and maybe some isolated tornadoes tonight. We're not forecasting right now. Technically, we're now casting. Whew. Thing is spinning so hard. But it's a broad rotation. It's a very broad rotation. And then this storm back here in Alabama. So by the way, Florence, you guys, your tornado warning has been allowed to expire. We still got the tornado warning to the south that includes Russellville, Littleville, and Hatton. Brad Arnold is still in Littleville, and he's going to be able to intercept this rotating area right here head on. So that's Brad Arnold's icon. You can see it in the Radar Omega app. He's going to take this rotation right on the nose, and he's going to let us know if there's anything happening in there. Are there any naders in that storm? Well, Brad's the guy to ask, because he's there. Crazy to see the severe thunderstorm warnings back here in Arizona. And look, just a little bit to the north in Flagstaff, it's snowing. Got a report of 15 inches of snow at the Flagstaff Mall. Wow. 13 inches back there towards Williams. So, I mean, this is just powerful. It's just powerful. I don't know how else to say it. And it's going to unleash that power over the next couple of days in ways that are not great. I want to show you, by the way, for anybody that hasn't seen this, the shape of the trough, what this looks like. There's your big trough, pretty much the size of California, a little dip in the jet stream there. Watch how, as it gets, this is tonight, right? As we go into tomorrow, it really condenses it. It turns into this little divot and just imagine like this is a wheel to a bicycle or a dirt bike or something. It's basically just spinning up. It's digging in deep right here. And instead of mud fleeing up this way, we've got warm Gulf of Mexico moisture. Of course, this pocket of cold air inside of the trough here is going to force that warm air up, cause thunderstorms. Man, it's perfectly negatively tilted. This is the baseball swing that I'm always talking about, right in the middle of the country. I tell you one thing, though, if this was happening in April, this definitely would be even worse than what we're expecting it to be right now. Wow. Yeah. I'm going to be torn on Friday, man. It's very rare that we get a squall line. It's very rare that Eastern Kentucky sees a line of storms during the day. I've lived here for 20. Well, damn. I'll be 29 in 8 days. I've lived here for my whole life, and 98% of squall lines come through this area at dusk or overnight. Because, you know, we get all those big storms that form out west and they congeal together and then they come this way. And, you know, usually they're falling apart by that time. So it'll be interesting to see what happens up here with increasing instability as the storms approach. Oh, not only do we have a go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, right. I got two things for you. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. But we got to talk about the flooding risk for tomorrow, actually. What we're looking at right now is a bunch of rain and storms going through, you know, this area generally in Arkansas, into Mississippi, in the Memphis area in Tennessee. But what's going to happen tomorrow is another one. So we're getting heavy rain here across much of these areas. And then it's going to happen again in our moderate risk tomorrow. So that is why we have a moderate risk also for excessive rainfall, which is equivalent essentially to flash flood potential. And that's level 3 of 4 in terms of the flooding risk. So yeah, you want to pay attention to that in these areas in particular, highlighted by the Weather Prediction Center, the WPC. So we'll be talking about that tomorrow a lot for sure. It's unfortunate that we have, you know, 2 big rainmakers going over the same place in consecutive days, but it happens. So we'll be covering that for sure. The other thing I wanted to mention is where Chris Hall is. There is a little bit of an interesting tail in Charlie, the southernmost supercellular storm mode that's kind of hanging off the line there. He's in position to intercept that. He's blowing up my DMs about it because he's excited, hoping to get something today, so to speak. So we'll take a quick look at that.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. And yeah, that's something. I'm glad Andy brought that to our attention. The very significant risk for excessive rainfall over the next couple of days, because oftentimes when we start talking about them tornadoes, man, they're big attention hogs. And people kind of overlook the flash flooding risks in storms like this. That could end up causing even more problems than the tornadoes. So we're going to keep you updated on that. And I do see the little bit of rotation here down here near Spring Hill, evening shade in Arkansas, the tail end Charlie that Chris is on. We'll see what happens with it. And we will obviously be able to watch him through our camera feed. So there's no naders getting by us tonight. If they're happening, you'll hear about it here first. I just about guarantee you that. There's a lot of people involved with this. I know we got a lot of emergency managers watching, tuning in from across Mississippi, Arkansas, Tennessee, Alabama. We are great friends with a lot of these people, and information can flow back and forth. We've got meteorologists on the team. We've got several like researchers. I mean, there's just so many different ways for us to know that there is like something is happening out there. It's almost impossible for us to not know. So once again, if there's anything that kind of breaks, like, okay, we've got a tornado down, we got a report of this, we got a report of that, we will be able to let you know. Check on Brad Arnold. He's close to the rotation. Yeah, we'll come over here on the Radar Omega app and look at where Brad is. And yeah, he's right underneath the rotation. Literally. And what do we got? Definitely some strong winds. Brad, you're right underneath what's left of the rotation on this storm. You see anything interesting out there? I'm in Iowa. Will we get snow tomorrow? Yeah, there's a lot of people that are going to get snow.
Hey, Ryan, as of right now, no. We're just outside of Littleville, or pretty much in the town of Littleville. And it's just it just looks unorganized. We didn't really have any wind direction change. It's been pretty much out of the north the whole time that we've been sitting here. So it looks like it's a little bit unorganized. I have some good rotation aloft, but just something is kind of hindering things from getting rotation all the way down to the surface. We're going to sit here for just a second longer, and then we're probably going to have to start heading back west for these storms that are coming towards us from Arkansas. So.
All right. Thank you very much, Brad, for the update there. And let's talk snow real quick. On the northern side of this powerful system, we are going to have snow. Like right now, we're talking about the snow up near Flagstaff. That's going to continue up through portions of New Mexico, Colorado, Kansas, and then looks like around, let's say, 7 a.m. on Friday, we might see some really heavy snow break out in East Kansas, northern Missouri. That's going to turn into a full-on snowstorm for places near Chicago through the day on Friday, and through central Illinois, northern Indiana, central and southern Michigan. And then we're even going to see some of that heavy snow move into the northeast. Okay. And I think that, let's see here. How far out can we go with this? It still might be too early to talk about snow totals. But we went over this. I made a video today talking about the snow totals with this storm. And it looks like, honestly, things have only kind of uptrended a little bit. The Euro is putting down well over a foot of snow in Chicago. 8-9 inches all the way through a good chunk of central Illinois. Northwestern Indiana looks like there's a couple places that could get up to a foot of snow. A lot of south central Michigan could get over a foot of snow. And then, of course, up through Ontario and up near Montreal, you guys are going to get 8, 9, 10 inches or so out of this. And then upstate New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine looks to be the winners here as far as snow goes in the Northeast. But places like Boston could see 8 inches or so. Western Massachusetts, near Albany down there in New York, you guys could see 6 inches of snow as well. This is just one model. This obviously will change. But this is pretty similar to what we've been looking at for a while. This is what's expected from this storm. A very solid chunk of heavy accumulating snow in this thin zone. So yeah, it'll be interesting to watch that play out. If you've got a Yala meter up here, I think tomorrow we're going to be pretty busy with the tornado side of this, but I would still love to incorporate the snow. If you guys want to send in pictures of your snow reports and stuff like that, whether it's on tomorrow or Friday, whichever one it is, you feel free to do that, and we'll try to do some fun stuff with that if we have downtime in between the severe weather call-outs. still
A new tornado warning has been issued.
new tornado warning in Arkansas. We still got a really good, I mean, just a huge rotation signature with our Chungus storm out here in Arkansas. It's hard to determine if we're seeing a couplet develop here or if this is just a giant spinning block or blob. And we did just get a new tornado warning. And that's going to be for an extension of the storm in Arkansas. This is going to also include Dumas and Watson in Arkansas. Please take shelter now if you're in Lincoln, Jefferson, or Deshay counties in Arkansas. Now we got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for those same counties. So there's two aspects to the storm that we're really watching. The first one is the potential tornado in here, and I mean, it's this thing is spinning hard. Like if it's not putting down a tornado, it's definitely putting down something. Very strong wind gusts, obviously a lot of hail, and then that's why we've got the considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well. Because even if you don't get hit by a tornado with this storm, you are going to get hit by extremely large hail and some damaging winds. Why is it flashing black? Good question. Brand new feature on Radar Omega 5.0. You can make it do that now. The newest warning, you can either make it flash indefinitely or you can make it flash for 60 seconds just to kind of draw your attention to it. It's a very cool feature. Wow. Okay, that's the most concerning look that we've seen tonight. That right there. It's definitely rotating right north of Dumas. That's why I've got that tornado warning for Watson, Bower, and Rosedale. Ryan, please, why is your chair so low to the floor? What? Chairs are supposed to be like oh, does it look weird on the camera? It kind of does. I'm not. I just have really long legs. And like I think there's a couple things that throw people off. These are huge monitors in front of me. Huge desk. The wall's like 10 feet high, I think. So like this is normal. It just looks weird. I promise. Trust me. Okay, so the rotation looks a little bit less beefy now. Very finicky storms tonight. Let's go back over here to Alabama and let's hear what Andy has to say first.
Thanks, Ryan. Actually, I have to take you back to the Arkansas storm
Okay.
real quick, and then we'll go to the Alabama one. But a lot of people are in the chat and wondering if it's confirmed or not, or saying it's confirmed, which is incorrect, and wondering about the correlation coefficient product here that we're seeing. What we're seeing here is not a debris signature. We're so far away from the radar that at this height, the radar beam is passing through different sized objects. So it's hitting the raindrops first, and then it's starting to hit some hail that's above the surface near Dumas and Pickens in Arkansas. So what happens there is called non-uniform beam filling and affects several products, including correlation coefficient. So these are the data you see here is not reliable. It doesn't verify anything because we know there's hail here. It's not going to tell us there's a debris signature first and foremost until we see more data to back that up. So this is not a confirmed tornado warning. We don't know what's happening on the surface though, and that's not to imply that you shouldn't be taking shelter in these areas. Of course, I'm just trying to dispel the or also teach the chat that, you know, we've got some other things here that are not one-to-one with a confirmation of a tornado via radar. So that's what I wanted to say. A lot of people are on that, so you got to make sure that we're correcting it.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for dropping the knowledge on us. Definitely a dangerous storm out here, but yeah, and once again, guys, like we're seeing the same stuff as you. So like if we think that there's a confirmed tornado out here or the National Weather Service or anything like that, we will tell you. And you know, like Andy said, there's a lot to it. It's not, and I know a lot of us are learning how to read the radar. I know a lot of us are having fun with it, and hopefully that was just another good learning lesson for you. But yeah, like we wouldn't just miss that. We wouldn't just be like, oh well, let's go talk about something else. But I am happy that everybody's so into it. Everybody, like a lot of people are following along, watching the radar, learning, and being a part of the conversation in the chat. So that's super awesome. I'm in Arizona. Sandy says, I'm in Arizona and the wind is really strong and it's raining hard. Yeah, you're actually seeing the beginning stages of what will become our big storm out here in the central and eastern U.S. And I mean, it's a big storm in its own right now out here in Phoenix, up in towards Kearney and Globe, Flagstaff and Sedona. And these areas are getting heavy snow right now. These winds will continue throughout the night as the big trough continues to slam off to the south and to the east, essentially. Yeah, so the storm that we're watching in Arkansas is riding a boundary, okay? And there is some potential that this will produce a a strong tornado over the next 30 to 60 minutes or so. But right now, it's warned for a tornado because we think that could happen at any moment. But we don't have a confirmed. We don't have any confirmation on that just yet. Zach and Frankie, though, are getting awfully daggone close. That's where they are. Chat, slow mode is on. It is on right now. It just still goes fast when there's a lot of people. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, his feed might be a little frozen right now, but Brian Allen does have damage on his feed. He believes that is from straight line winds.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh. These guys are just in the most zero service zones ever. I was trying to get a hold of Brian there. But we'll talk to him and see what he's got to say here in a minute. And Riley, if you hear anything else from him, keep us updated. And Brian Allen's back here near Kingsland and Ryzen, and that's where this storm that we're watching right now hit earlier. You can kind of see here what he's got going on. It looks like definitely some trees in the road. This looks similar to what we saw through Zach and Frankie's video in the same area almost. I don't know. Maybe this could even be the same tree. I don't know. But definitely widespread tree damage along this corridor between Fordyce, Ryzen, Star City, and now getting into Dumas and Gillette. Whoa. Yeah, let's go through one more time here. I got a lot of people asking about an update for tomorrow in the chat. This is a big reason why we are doing this. Now, we have a developing tornado maybe down here in Arkansas. It's getting ready to move into Mississippi. We do not want to shy away from covering this, but like right now, it's just a huge storm with a large hail core and a potential tornado moving towards Watson and Yankopin in Arkansas. Please take shelter now. While you do that, I'm going to talk about real quickly the potential for some major severe weather tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow is the big day where we're probably going to have some sort of storm outbreak. We're going to see significant tornado parameter values really starting to ramp up around 4, 5, 6 p.m. And then we're going to see a squall line kind of ram into that. It's going to run into this very favorable air mass for tornadoes and suck all that nadir juice up, essentially. Especially around 10, 11 p.m. Tomorrow night, things are going to be very favorable for potential tornadoes in East Texas up through really the Texarkana area. That looks to be one of the hot spots, but really anywhere from just east of Dallas, or really from Dallas all the way over to areas near Memphis. That's where the hot spot's going to be tomorrow for tornadoes. What we're looking at here is a significant tornado parameter. It's off the charts at 11 p.m. Tomorrow night. And any supercell, especially that's able to form out inside of that, will produce a tornado. We just don't know if that's going to happen just yet. But watch what happens. It dies off a little bit, right? 6 a.m. Friday morning, we're done, right? It's over. Nope. Let's go even farther into the future. How about 10 a.m. on Friday, 11, 12, 1, 2, boom. We have another very increased SIG-TOR parameter space here from Kentucky down into Tennessee and then down into Georgia. And then even into the Carolinas, South Carolina, North Carolina. This is going to continue out to you. The difference here, not necessarily the problem, but the thing that's going to make this different than what we see tomorrow in the more central zone is the amount of storms that we get, right? So around 1, 2, 3 p.m., we are definitely seeing supercells. We're seeing storms pop up here. There's going to be a lot of different storms to take advantage of the crazy parameters in place for potential tornadoes. They're popping up. They're in Dallas between 6 and 8 p.m. They're moving east. They're getting out of there. Lots of potential prefrontal supercells in Arkansas tomorrow night, right when that STP really ramps up. We see a warm frontal zone set up in Tennessee around 1 a.m. Like, there's just so much convection, and it's like there's no doubt in my mind that something's going to happen during that time period. But watch what happens because of how quickly the storm is moving. It gets a little bit less, I guess, impressive as far as the amount of storms that we see along this line as it moves farther east. Okay, everything's really scattered. It doesn't look that intense, I guess, on the simulated radar. When we get to tomorrow, we will learn whether that is a good thing or a bad thing. It could be a bad thing because the less storms that we have, the more likely it is that these will stay discrete. And if one does, latch on to the environment and tries to produce a tornado, it definitely will. But it also could be a good thing because maybe we just don't see strong enough storms to produce tornadoes. So it's conditional, but I'm telling y'all, this is a very interesting look for severe weather east of where we have been used to seeing it for a while now. Of course, that continues off into the Carolinas as well. We'll be watching this all day Friday. Friday, we will actually probably be live from maybe 10, 11 a.m. to at least 10 p.m. Like, that's probably another 12 hour. Definitely gonna have to have some nader juice at the helm. And you guys are gonna have to talk me into not leaving. If these storms actually look like this on Friday, I'm gonna be really tempted to hop in the car and go chase them down. Is that snow in Missouri? Yes. All the blue up here is snow. Heavy snow. We're going to need IV drops of nader bean. Yeah. Yeah. That's the cool thing, though, about being, about having this position, if you want to call this a job, is it works out, man, because we're here. Obviously we work crazy hours. Like, for me, obviously for me personally, it's hard for me to call it a job because I love it so much. But that's what it is. Like, we're going to be here for crazy hours for the next 3 days, right? 12, 16 hours a day. Maybe even more than that. It takes a while to set up and tear down the streams and stuff. But and I think some people will be like, wow, that's a lot, good on you, man. But the thing is whenever it's sunny and 75 for a week, we just take that week off. That's my philosophy, anyways. You don't need me when the weather's nice. Use the daggone app on your phone. Like, that's good enough. The fact of the matter is, though, we actually don't do that. The live streams, believe it or not, are a very small part of the y'all operation here. If we get a week of nice weather, we're just like writing videos and upgrading systems and all that stuff. But we could take the week off just because the weather's nice. I think that's a nice perk. When does the SPC update? Day one comes out in like 3 hours. Yeah, this is going to go on all night. There will be more storms that pop up. There will be more storms that pop up for sure. Yeah, I see a lot of people talking about Friday. All I can tell you is that I think that a significant severe weather event is going to happen in Georgia, Tennessee, and Kentucky. It's too early to tell you if that's going to be a tornado event or if that's going to be a like a straight line damaging wind event. It's just going to be a severe weather event. Hey Brian, whenever you get this, just fill us in. What's going on out there? What are you seeing? What's the commotion? We currently have no tornado warnings. That one, our final one, was just allowed to expire. I'm pretty sure we will see another one. But I do think that the maximum, as far as like tornado conditions being, favorable or whatever, I think that we have passed the maximum time frame for that. I think it's downhill from here, but there could still be tornadoes. With that being said, absolutely. But it's good news because, well, once again, I don't think we saw any tornadoes tonight. And that is great. Yeah, the day 3, the severe weather in the east is very conditional, but it's also, in my opinion, a pretty high ceiling. Tomorrow's enhanced or moderate risk of severe weather will be a lot more active than what we're seeing tonight. So I'm kind of glad that we're not getting tired. Like we're not like getting overly drained by the current situation. That's very good news. What's up with Brad? Brad's fine. Brad's fine. He's down here in near Red Bay, moving towards the storms that are coming up from Tupelo. A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Bolivar and Sunflower counties in Mississippi. And that's going to be from our big Chungus storm that has been producing all those tornado warnings. Now just worried about hail for the most part as it moves into Gunnison, Shelby, and Duncan. Will Nashville miss the worst of it tomorrow and Friday? Thanks for all you do. Nashville probably will miss the worst of it, yes. But Nashville still has a threat for some dangerous storms. Crazy how different this looks than the 18Z. Much more broken up. Yeah, so we get a lot of this tomorrow, 2, 3, 4 p.m. These could latch on and become tornadic as they go through the Dallas area. And obviously we'll be watching out for that. But the prime, I don't know how to explain it. Like the best ingredients for tornadoes will be in place after this line gets past Dallas. Now, that's not to say that the ingredients aren't good whenever these storms
Ryan,
go
you
through
got a
Dallas.
copy?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, me and Jaden came up on a down pine tree across the road. Had chainsaw, so we started working until the highway department just showed up, so they're finishing clearing off this tree, and then we're going to get out of here. Probably go get a hotel because we are absolutely soaked and a little sticky.
A little sticky? Oh, from the tree.
From the pine.
Somebody said, Ryan, how can I watch Brad? You can watch him in the Radar Omega app or through his YouTube channel, Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. He's got Twitter and all that stuff. I'm so glad we overcame our bugs today, and we didn't wait until tomorrow to try to handle some of that stuff. We have been up since early this morning working on this, starting over, getting this studio ready from scratch was hard with having to get a new computer essentially. So we're tired. So I hope we get some good rest tonight for tomorrow. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I'm going to direct your attention to north central Alabama near Athens and Decatur, in and around Limestone County. There's 2 storms there now that are exhibiting rotation. They're a little bit merged together. I believe there may be some low-level rotation on the northern one, but also we've got some pretty tight rotation in the mesocyclone aloft, just right over Hillsboro, Alabama. That's going to head toward I-65 in between Athens and Decatur in Alabama.
Okay. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for bringing our attention back over here to Alabama, where we currently have no warnings. We have no tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings right now, but we do have an interesting thing happening right here with some rotation that might try to get a little bit more intense as it goes past Hillsboro into areas between Decatur and Athens. So y'all watch out. Well, we're watching this one. You should be watching it too. We'll see if they issue some sort of warning for it, and then we'll act on that. But go ahead and know what you're going to do when and if that warning does come through, especially in Tanner, Decatur, Athens, Madison, that general vicinity there. This storm would theoretically eventually go towards Huntsville, but it's too early to say what the impact will be on Huntsville. Because this could disintegrate. It could get stronger. We'll watch it. Is Chris Hall your brother? No. No. Wouldn't mind. And honestly, I'm probably just going to start saying yeah, because everybody thinks so anyways. We're from the same state and we have the same last name. Might as well be my brother. Here's a broad look at everything and everybody. We got some showers up here from Pittsburgh down into Columbus, Cincinnati, stronger showers, some heavier rain from Moorhead down to Lexington, Bowling Green in Kentucky. Nashville's getting down on some heavier rain. Cookeville over to Knoxville. You guys are getting ready to get it. Rockwood. And then the severe storms really start down here right around the border between Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama. And this is where we're going to see some training thunderstorms tonight. We can see some flooding also back up here in the Memphis area. And this is also where we continue to see a tornado threat tonight. Although it's not off the charts or anything. We are watching a couple storms like this that are exhibiting enough rotation to probably warrant a tornado warning from the National Weather Service at some point if we get a couple more frames that show an increase in the rotating winds there. Frank Knox, what's up? Ryan, how do things look for Denton, Texas tomorrow? It looks pretty intense. We just went through the radar walkthrough. About, honestly, anywhere between 3 and 8 p.m. tomorrow is going to be storm central all around Dallas. And we got us a new tornado warning coming in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And that is going to be for the storm that we were watching that Andy called out. And it does include Huntsville. Huntsville, Alabama, you are now under a tornado warning. Please take shelter immediately. Also, Decatur and Tanner in Madison. All these places are in the direct path of this very dangerous storm. So please take shelter immediately. The big polygon. This will definitely be a problem into Mooresville and Madison, especially in northern side of Decatur. So please get to your safe spots quickly. Hopefully we got a bunch of people watching and you heard that, once again, that early heads up. You guys are getting an inside look at basically the same thing that was happening at the National Weather Service. Somebody, noticed the rotation. A couple people probably confirmed it. And then they've got to go through the typing it up and putting it in the system and pushing the buttons and dotting the I's and crossing the T's and all that stuff. So you got to get a behind the scenes look at what's happening. How does a meteorologist determine that there's a tornado? And in doing that, it gives you an early heads up sometimes. So. Don't be scared, be prepared. That's a good motto for the next couple of days. Ryan, can you look at the storm Arizona is getting? Yes. We actually had some severe thunderstorm warnings out here earlier. We've got a heavier area of, precipitation moving through the Phoenix area now. But the winds are still intense as the front is moving through pretty quickly. But those severe thunderstorm warnings have been allowed to expire. Still seeing heavy snow up there around Flagstaff. Once again, we had a report of 15 inches not too long ago. Sedona, sorry. There was a 2-inch report there. Let's see. There's a lot of different reports. They're starting to fade away, though, because I think I've got it set to where they only show up for the past 3 hours. So we're getting less new reports as some of the heavier snow moves into less populated areas. And speaking of Flagstaff, by the way, this is a virtual RAILFAN camera of Flagstaff. Look at this. A thick layer of snow there. Dang. By the way, Virtual RAILFAN is an awesome YouTube channel. We got a link in the description. They've got all kinds of cameras on here. Here's one actually in Decatur, Alabama. Look at that. Oh, you see the lightning strike there? So here's a virtual RAILFAN camera in the direct path of this tornado-warned storm. Dang. The lightning is intense. And by the way, we're looking at this from Decatur, Alabama. This is live. Yeah, this is coming. Honestly, Decatur, if there was going to be a tornado, it would be near Decatur. The good news is the rotation is letting up just a little bit. We've got a good view of the storm here with just tremendous electrical activity, as you can see from all the cloud to ground strikes in the distance there. I don't know what direction we're pointing in. Gotta be, it has to be, well, no.
It says I'm west at the top in the bar.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Perfect. Brian, show Alabama people are saying they hear sirens. Well, yeah, there's probably sirens going off in Huntsville and Decatur right now because there is a tornado warning. Hopefully those people that are hearing the sirens are getting to shelter. And this is a live camera of Decatur actually pointing towards where the tornado would be coming from. We're trying to spot it out here. Obviously, we can look at the radar as well. And what we see here is a very broad area of rotation. It's trying to tighten up here. There's definitely something trying to happen with this storm as it approaches Huntsville. Okay, so we're going to stick with it here. We're going to continue to show you what we're seeing. But I think that one of the more valuable things, even more than the radar right now, because all I can show you is this. That's your potential rotation. This is where the storm is. The maybe tornado is going to come right through Whiteside, Mooresville, and then up towards Madison. Don't have any confirmation that it's down. But this has given us a kind of like a real life view of what that looks like as it approaches. Maybe we can do a box. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I just talked to Brian Al and they had finished clearing that tree and they met up with some emergency management who had been watching the stream and they wanted us to forward on that they do believe that this was wind damage. Multiple trees fell in the area and there was actually a tree that fell on a house and trapped a family, but they've managed to get that family out of there. But there has been property damage associated with the winds from these storms.
Okay, thank you very much. Great information coming in from our storm chasers and the emergency personnel out there who are always so inviting and helpful to not only me but anybody involved with the channel. Chris Hall is just always getting and Brian and all these guys. Once again, a lot of these people, the firefighters, police, anybody really involved in emergency services, from what I have gathered, have watch what we're doing here because it's really useful information. So it's good to have that back and forth flow of information. Okay, that last little update on the reflectivity here from our storm near Decatur does make it look a little bit more gnarly. The rotation looks similar, but it's definitely coming back together, converging a little bit more. We might have to really lock into this one and see what's going to happen here, because I'm hoping that this just kind of dissipates. This the same thing happens to this as every other storm tonight, where this kind of just floats up into the forward flank and it's not going to curl up, as we say. But if it does, this could produce a tornado, and we've got definitely increased rotation right here. We could be seeing a developing tornado somewhere between Decatur and Whiteside in Alabama right now, y'all. Can we pull up the RAILFAN in a box? So you see that live camera up there, the virtual RAILFAN in Decatur, Alabama. Basically, just notice the lightning, the almost continuous, just really intense lightning that we're seeing coming from this storm is indicative that it's strengthening. It's a strong storm and it's getting stronger. The more of that we see, the more concerned, I guess, we have to be about the storm down here. So, yeah, go ahead, Riley.
So more news about damage. If you pull up Brian Allen's stream, he actually has a roof that they've found in the ditch on the side of the road, but they still believe that this is wind damage because there's no path. But this was associated with that supercell that traveled for a long time, and I believe that's the one that we're still watching. So this storm is producing heavy hail, heavy winds, and the SPC did put out a mesoscale discussion just for this cell, saying that it was going to continue to be a dominating cell.
All right. Thank you very much, Riley. And there's some more of the wind damage that's associated with this. And this storm is continuing to cause problems out here. And we're going to try our best to cover all of this at the same time. And this is going to continue to cause problems out here near Shelby and Duncan, Cleveland, and Drew in Mississippi. And honestly, it'll probably continue to cause problems all across Mississippi as we go farther and farther into the night. This is not going to just stop. This is one of the reasons why we have the flooding concerns, is because these storms will just kind of train over the same areas over and over again tonight. And I believe Zach and Frankie are going to have an eye on that storm, I think. I don't know if they continued to follow it. Nevertheless, we're going to keep up to date with them. And we're also going to keep tracking our tornado warned storm over here for Huntsville, Alabama. Yeah, so Zach and Frankie are trailing a little bit far behind that other storm, but they're in that area. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning for Huntsville, Alabama. That's going to be Limestone, Madison, and Morgan counties in Alabama. And let's get our box back up here, our lightning box, so we can monitor that. Definitely an intense storm getting ready to come in to the Huntsville, Alabama area. And it looks like, you know, even if it doesn't produce a tornado, it's definitely going to produce a ton of strong winds, like crazy lightning. And then, of course, hail. Hail's going to be a problem with this one. And there are...
It's from over there.
There are sirens going off in Huntsville. This is from Dalton. Wow. He's sending in this video of the sirens going off out there. And once again, this is from Huntsville. You got to get in. I don't know how many of you guys have seen the constant cloud to ground strikes from this storm, but this is a very electric storm. And you don't want to be outside in that. But still, thank you for sending this in. You hear the sirens going off and the very big storm that's approaching right now. Man. This is from Decatur, Alabama, from Weatherman Nick. Twitter, I don't know what it is, man, but like they have been having a hard time with videos. Oh, and it looks like our storm hitting now the virtual RAILFAN camera. Very strong winds. Yeah, we are looking at Huntsville, Alabama, and not Huntsville, Texas right now. There's a storm chaser that said the inflow ripped their sunglasses off their head. And they flew away near Dumas, Arkansas. So that was that big monster mezzo that we were looking at earlier. Yeah, I'm sure it's a lightning show and a half. If you're in Alabama, but like even if you're in Falkville, Moulton, New Hope, Gurley, Woodville, maybe even as far away as Coleman or Albertville, you look to the north and to the northwest, you're going to get one heck of a fireworks show right now with the crazy lightning here. I'm going to have to try something different. Twitter video. I don't know. Maybe it's my browser. Stop it. All right, let's see what old Microsoft Edge does. Oh yeah, it plays them perfectly, of course. I don't know why. But this is a video from Foxy Crazy Lightning looking towards Decatur from Huntsville. Looking west from Triana. Is that how you say that? Lots of lightning. From Catherine. More lightning. A lot of people are going out in search of lightning. Make sure you don't do that if you're too close. Oh wow.
Woo! Woo!
Oh well, now it's happening on this browser too, man. Am I doing something wrong? Oh. Hold on. I opened the wrong thing. I can't find it. Can't find it. Mute your other tab. That doesn't make sense.
Yep, somewhere about in that direction. Tornado coming for us.
And it tries to fake me out. Check your RAM usage. I don't even know how to do that. I mean, I do. It's not that. I just checked. It's not that. Still got a big rotating storm coming towards Huntsville. We got a lot of you guys sending in pictures and videos of the lightning associated with that.
Am I doing something wrong?
Lightning from Medical District, downtown Huntsville, Alabama.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We just got a new tornado warning from Marion County, Alabama.
Am I doing something wrong?
That's a new radar indicated tornado warning from Marion County, Alabama. That's a little bit farther to the south too. Oh. That's down here, closer to Haleyville.
Am I doing something wrong?
Let's inspect it.
Am I doing something wrong?
Ooh. I definitely see the rotation.
Am I doing something
I
wrong?
definitely see the hook.
Am I doing something wrong?
Very evident, actually.
Am I doing
We
something
could have a tornado trying to develop right now near Scottsville. It's going to move over towards Pig Eye, Wingington, Hackleburg, and Bear Creek.
Am I doing something wrong? Am I doing something wrong?
Yep. So Hackleburg, Alabama, Bear Creek, get to shelter, as this is trying to produce a tornado right here, and it might move in your general direction. What are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about? Can you turn off "Am I doing something wrong"? What are they talking about, Carly? It was was that making noise? I couldn't hear it. We could hear the Twitter video. Go ahead,
A
Andy.
new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, Ryan, that tornado warning, including Hackleburg, spun up so quickly. It does have a debris signature with it now, very small, but actually a valid debris signature there to the north and east of Bexar. And that will head straight towards Hackleburg, this embedded supercell on the line. It actually caught me off guard because I was busy looking at a supercell in southwestern Texas. So that's yet another indicator to me, you know, with our severe thunderstorm warnings in Arizona, and also there's hailers developing in southwest Texas that may eventually move towards San Antonio. So if anyone's watching from San Antonio, that's there. And it's about an hour out. You know, there's a lot of stuff actually going on in separate areas that I could not keep track of. This supercell that prompted this tornado warning is now on the ground. So let's take a look at that.
All right. Yep, we've got a tornado on the ground. We believe here west of Hackleburg in Alabama. And we can kind of tell that by looking at the correlation coefficient here, comparing that with the velocity. And then, of course, just the very prominent hook here on the front of this storm. It did kind of become a significant situation very fast. And now we have a confirmed tornado warning from the National Weather Service for Marion County, Alabama as well. So we've got actual confirmation on all ends now that we have a tornado down in Alabama on the ground. You got to take shelter, y'all. This is our first tornado actually making contact with the ground tonight, throwing debris in the air actually. And we're able to see that on radar as it approaches Hackleburg. Also, there was also a new tornado warning that was issued to extend that to a little bit farther to the north, and that includes Phil Campbell. So Phil Campbell and Hackleburg in Alabama are both under tornado warnings here. As we see it very clearly now, we have a tornado debris signature right here, indicating that we have debris being thrown into the air by this tornado. Now, how long is this going to be with us? I can't tell you. But if it sticks with us for another, let's say 20, 30 minutes, Hackleburg is literally in the direct path of this thing. So we want y'all running to shelter, okay? Let me dive in here a little bit. Is this right? Is pig eye the right way of saying that, guys? Because I feel like if it's anything else, that's probably way off. But the Pigeye here in Alabama, Wigginton, Tessner, Allen's Factory, Goddard, you guys are all in the path of this thing as well as Hackleburg. Right now, the tornado, let me show you where it is. According to radar, it's throwing that debris signature right in here, okay? And that's basically near Highway 19 to the east of Scottsville. Going to continue to move east over towards County Road 20. It's going to parallel that over towards Pig Eye. And then it's going to go right towards Hackleburg. Now, we're going to hope that this actually dissipates or it kind of dilutes before it gets there. A lot of times these spin up tornadoes and these lines do that. But if it doesn't, we don't want to be caught off guard. We've got a long time, really. If you really think about it, we've got a while before this makes it to Hackleburg or any of these larger populated areas. So you've got time to get yourself to your shelter now. Don't wait any longer.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Franklin County, Alabama, confirmed tornado warning. Yeah, so that's just they've done the same thing to the warning to the north. So now, Phil Campbell, you're also included in that confirmed tornado warning, and so are you, Hodges. Okay, but I think that we'll watch what happens here. But I think that Hackleburg probably is in the line of fire here for a tornado if this thing holds together. Yeah, we got a tornado on the ground west of Hackleburg, Alabama right now. A damaging tornado is in progress with a tornado debris signature and a debris ball in Marion County, Alabama. It's moving east towards Hackleburg. Right now, let me give you a closer view of this. Right now, if I was to pinpoint where the tornado is, it's right in here it just passed Highway 19 to the west of Hackleburg. Now it's moving up towards the Pig Eye area and the Wingington area along Highway 187. Hodges, Alabama, you're also in the direct path of this thing. Okay, we do have a camera in Phil Campbell, so we're going to keep that open. We're going to keep that in our pocket. If you guys have the Radar Omega app, you'll be able to pull this up too. There's 92 of you watching with me right now. But this is literally in Phil Campbell. We've got a camera that points right towards that storm. So if it maintains a tornado, we might see it through that camera. We're going to hope it doesn't do that, though. Got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning here too with this storm, as some very large hail and some very strong damaging winds could be associated with this. Ooh, whoa. All right, I'm going to go up here. Huntsville, I know we've got a lot of people watching in Huntsville. I don't want to leave you guys hanging. The good news for Huntsville is the rotation has died down a lot. You are still under a tornado warning, and I do not want you to come out of your safe spot. The storm's about to get a lot more intense in Huntsville over the next little bit. And then there is still some rotation back here near Madison that might try to wrap back up. So that's why I'm saying, hey, stay in that safe spot. Don't come out until the warning's allowed to expire. And we will keep you updated. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, that Southwest Texas hailer that may track just south of San Antonio eventually here. I was looking at it and I was laughing a little bit because the mean estimated hail size said 5 inches, which is ridiculous. And that indicator is not usually accurate, but then it started ramping up on the next frame and it's got some deep values in there. You can see that. So I don't know for sure if that will persist to the San Antonio area, particularly the southern side of the metro, but it will take a good hour or so before it gets there. So we're watching out on that for you. This guy kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and that's nuts. That is a huge storm out here with a giant hail core in it. We thought the one earlier in Arkansas was crazy. This is almost, I mean, from what it looks like here, it's almost double that. And it is coming up towards the I-35 corridor. It's almost certainly going to cause major problems there between Dilley and Parasol. And then it might ride right on up towards Divine, Natalia. And then, of course, the southern metro San Antonio area. That might take a little while for it to get there, but man, I would definitely be staying off the road. Lots of busted out windshields on the way if we've got people traversing through here. That is a monster storm over there. Just randomly down here in Southwest Texas. Another sign, though, of the overall power of the system and maybe a precursor to what we're going to have to be dealing with tomorrow. All right, let's come back up here to Madison, Alabama. Take a look at this tornado warning again. Huntsville, you guys stay in your safe spot. Good news, though, the rotation has calmed down a little bit. Same thing, I believe, up here in Hackleburg, but there is still rotation here, and this is the kind of storm that might try to cycle. Pig Eye, Hodges, you guys are next in line here. Please stay in your safe spot. Do not come out until the warning's allowed to expire. I do think we had a tornado touchdown, and it lifted debris, and that has since dissipated, but a new tornado is probably going to try to spin up here at any moment. Notice how this little punch out right here, that was the first sign that we were going to have a tornado. It's kind of got absolved into itself, but we might see a new punch right in through here. And that might be our new tornado as it approaches Hodges, Hackleburg, and Phil Campbell in Alabama.
Texas SVR updated to PDS.
The Texas severe thunderstorm now is a PDS. Very interesting. Yep, correlation coefficient confirmed that this storm is picking up debris. Baseball size hail possible with this storm moving into Derby, Hilltop, and Pearsall in Texas. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now because those baseballs are going to be flying at 60 miles an hour in the wind. Particularly dangerous situation. All right, so the correlation coefficient tornado debris signature is gone now, which means that the original tornado and the debris that is lifted is now falling and falling apart. We still have this convergence area. We still have a potentially new tornado trying to form here. And I mean, all we can do is just watch and wait, right? And stay in our safe spots in Hackleburg and Phil Campbell. I mean, it does look like it's going to try again. I don't think that this is just not going to do it. It's definitely going to try again. And it's going to happen somewhere here between Hackleburg and Phil Campbell. So we're going to stick with it. Yeah, once again, Phil Campbell has a camera in the Radar Omega app. There's 250 of you watching with me right now. If you want to keep an eye on this storm on your own, you can do that. Kat says, I'm in Huntsville. OMG, the light show. Yeah, the lightning is definitely intense up there. We've been watching that light show for a while. Dang. And also downtown Huntsville is just getting into like the core of the storm here. Maybe some small hail. Once again, you guys are under a tornado warning, but the rotation has died down a lot. So that's great news. It's still a very strong storm though that's going through Huntsville right now, and it's going to last a while. If you live in a flood-prone area in Huntsville, I would start to get a little concerned about that too, because you're going to have training thunderstorms here for the next hour or two, dumping just incredibly high rainfall rates. Yeah, there's your a new punch out. I think this is going to do it again. It's hard to tell, but it's going to try. So get ready in Hackleburg and Phil Campbell.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning just got issued for Jackson, Limestone, and Madison counties in Alabama. Once again, that's Jackson, Madison, and Limestone counties in Alabama. And that's up there for the Huntsville storm, okay? They just kind of extended that warning a little bit. Come down here. We have to, right? We have to come down here and look at this storm in Texas again. Because, oh my God. That is nuts. And talk about a 3-body scatter spike here. Is one of the thickest ones you'll ever see. There's a very large hail in this. This is the one that they needed the DVD indicator for. I wouldn't be surprised if we had DVD size hail in that son of a gun. That's crazy. I can't even imagine what that would be like to be near that thing. That is quite the updraft. I bet this thing looks crazy from space. What do we got here? We got satellite. Well, we ain't gonna be able to do much with visible IR. Gah. Man, that looks like the inner eye wall of a hurricane almost. Now, how do I do 3D? They've changed everything on me here with this new update. I love the update. But I have lost my way around the app a little bit. Huh. I thought, oh wait. No. Back to rate. Oh, so you can't do it on satellite now? Maybe it's because I think maybe they limited that to tropical depressions or like specifically like tropical zones. But we can look at the 3D just from the radar side. But what this does is just shows you the intensity of the reflectivity returns. Wow. That is a monster storm. Probably, honestly, one of the biggest and nastiest looking storms I've seen on radar. That is nuts. Yeah, that's causing some mondo hail. That ain't no regular hail. When you look at these storms down here in Tennessee and Alabama, these are big storms. But they're like half. That's crazy, y'all. Yeah, but this is going up towards San Antonio, or at least areas just south of San Antonio. I would be building a garage if I didn't have one in Charlotte, Pleasanton, Floresville. Who knows how long this will be able to keep it up. But if it does, that's going to cause, this is going to cause big time damage across I-35, Charlotte. Like, this is a destructive kind of storm. Let's go check back in on our storms, our tornado warnings back here in Alabama as well. We still have a tornado warning for Hackleburg and Phil Campbell in Alabama. The good news is the rotation is dying out, okay? We still have a potential tornado here, so we want you to stay in your safe spots. But we also want you to know that things aren't looking bad, all right? It looks like things are getting better here. So hopefully we can take a sigh of relief and not get too scared. I know that a lot of people around this area probably do not like the idea of being under a tornado warning. I completely understand that. But we got to take them all seriously. This one hopefully is going to be out of our hair here soon. My goodness, it just doesn't let up. Wow. Let's cut this in half. That is, I'm sorry, guys. I know that there's other things that we could be talking about here, but I'm just nerding out over this. And this is a really dangerous situation for everybody involved over here. So crazy stuff. Huge hail core here. Watch, I'm going to get half of it in. I don't know, man. Where it is right now, I don't know if there's a lot of people who live. I don't know if there's people that are dealing with this or if this is just out in the, the desert, essentially. I hope this thing hails itself out before it gets over there to the road. Okay, the storm's hitting Hackleburg now. And the velocity is still looking much better. It doesn't look to me like there is still an imminent threat for a tornado. There's still a chance that we have a tornado come out of this. That's why we still have the warning. But it looks better now. It's great news. Bill Campbell, Alabama camera is also getting a little bit more active up there. With the major lightning. What are the odds of a high risk being issued for tomorrow? Definitely not zero. I don't think that it's incredibly high. But I mean, it just depends on what we see in the morning. I doubt it'll be done tonight. I doubt there'll be a day one high risk issued at 1 a.m. tonight. But it could definitely happen tomorrow if we wake up and things just look a lot worse than modeled, or not even a lot, just a little bit worse than modeled. They might consider it. Doesn't matter though. Doesn't matter if we've got a high risk, a low risk, a medium risk, a moderate risk, whatever you want to call it. Tomorrow's going to be a big day for somebody, and that somebody could be you. G18 mesoscale 1. That's what I need to be looking at. Satellite. G18 mesoscale 1. What the heck? Oh. It's just not working for me.
Ryan, you're on G16, not G18.
There it is. That's all I wanted. I'll look at the crazy that this just happened here. Huge, gigantic updraft down here in Texas near San Antonio. You're underneath the big the anvil from the literal explosion that's happening down here near Parasol in San Antonio right now. More force than many combined nuclear bombs currently occurring to make this happen down here. Take a look at this 3-body scatter spike from this destructive thunderstorm in South Texas. PBSS is caused by the radar beam hitting the hail aloft, scattering to the ground, then scattering back upwards, and finally being scattered once they hit by the hail. That's from Radar Omega. I can't stop looking at that. I do keep coming back up here to Alabama. Thankfully, it looks like things are calming down right now. That might change. But this storm right here is one for the books, son. This is a 30, 40 mile long TBSS, 10 miles wide. I literally I literally have no idea what it would be like to be underneath that thing. Probably extremely intense. Riley showing us the volumetric scan there. I said nuclear. Sorry, that's my bad. That's my East Kentucky coming out. Nuclear. Nuclear. You sound so tired. Go get some rest. I'm fine. I am tired. But I'm fine. I'm just sitting here talking about the weather. There's honestly nothing to be like not tired about, you know? There's no urgency right now. A lot of places, we do have a couple tornado warnings. And I hope that everybody's in their safe spot. But they both look, less and less concerning to me. So that's great news. It's been a busy day. It's been a busy day. So I am kind of tired, but that's all right. We can be tired together. Almost midnight, too. Yeah, I think there's hail larger than baseballs and coming out of that for sure. $77 dBz. Softballs. Yeah, that sounds more like it. Got a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson and Madison counties in Alabama. $13 miles across now. Yeah, and this is getting closer and closer to San Antonio. I think that Dilley, how populated is Dilley, Texas has 3,310 people. One of yous has to be watching, right? Or one of you know somebody that lives in Dilley or Derby, Texas. Why don't you tell them what's getting ready to happen? And, you know, if they feel like it, just, you know, snap a picture after it's done. Let us see those stones. Oh, it might be weakening out right before it gets there. Of course. Yeah, Parasol's a larger town, but I don't think they're going to get in on the Hail Core. Kelsey, thank you. There's already people talking about how this storm might have broken the world record for the tallest supercell thunderstorm. Vivian, South Dakota in 2010 had 8-inch hail and 55,000 foot heights. This Texas supercell apparently just topped 60,000 feet, breaking this record by slightly more than 4,000 feet. And this is according to radar.
A new tornado warning has been
We've
issued.
got a new tornado warning for Madison County, Alabama, Franklin County, Tennessee, and Lincoln County, Tennessee. Let's go check on it. Right here. This is your culprit. Probably going to be your warning polygon, something like that. Vantown, Elora, Flintville, Sycamore Swamp, Shady Grove, and Huntland in Tennessee. You're under a tornado warning. Please take shelter now. There it is. There is rotation here, definitely. A little couplet trying to form. We're going to watch it closely over the next couple of frames. Oh no. My golf cart. I'd rode my golf cart. Why do I do that? Yeah, it's getting ready to rain hard here in my neck of the woods. Do I have time to put my golf cart in the garage? I think I do. Andy, can you give us some words while I put my golf cart in the garage?
Sure can, Ryan. I just got back.
Awesome. I'll be right back.
All right. Hello, y'all. Here I have a kitty with me. His name is Midas. He wants to thank you for hanging out in the stream so far and relaying information through us to other people who need it. So, good old kitty. I brought him around just in time for Ryan to switch to me. Thank goodness I was back. Oh, goodness. Okay. So, good cat content there. Thank you guys for sticking with us, of course. Always appreciated from me. Ooh, all right. So I just got back. So it looks like we've still got that destructive, severe thunderstorm warning. And that's going through Derby right now. I checked, and Derby's a little bit of a smaller town compared to Dilley in Texas along the I-35 corridor. But you may remember I said earlier that the southern metro, the southern side of the metro, San Antonio, may need to look out for this storm. And I think y'all are fine over there. Oh, come on, mister. Okay, there we go. I think y'all are fine over there. We've got a right-moving supercell. So what that means is that the supercell will develop, mature, and then take on a different movement pattern compared to the ambient flow of the environment, which is going relatively to the northeast. But instead, this supercell is going to move right of that, which means that it's going to go south towards areas near Jordanton and Karnes City, eventually past I-37. So those who are in San Antonio and immediately around it, north of Poteet and Lemming and Thelma, you guys should be totally fine. I don't think San Antonio is going to get any hail damage tonight, as this right-moving supercell tracks to the east near Jordanton and Christine and Atascosa County. I know I'm mispronouncing that. At any rate, we've still got one active tornado warning. Give me 1 second to update my page here, make sure I can relay that. Okay. For Madison County, Alabama, Franklin and Lincoln counties in Tennessee. And I was actually watching this circulation for a while. This northern one, compared to the one that went through Huntsville, this one was starting to wrap up a little more. And it's definitely had a tight couplet on it. It's radar indicated, but I actually see that it may have had a brief touchdown. Did Ryan go over that or no? Let me know in the chat. Or Riley, you could tell me. Ryan did not go over that. So we did have a small spin up there. So those in the tornado warning, Plevna, Alabama, Elora, Tennessee, Huntland, Tennessee, and south of Flintville, Tennessee. Y'all watch out. This warning may be upgraded to radar confirmed, as we did have a really brief spin up there. The rotation has pooped out completely since then. So I'm not sure if the National Weather Service will upgrade this warning due to the briefness, the brevity of this this spin up tornado. But yes, that did occur to the west of Plevna, Alabama, and east of Hazel Green. I'm not sure if there was any population in this area, but the tornado literally lasted for maybe less than a minute. Literally less than a minute. So if this warning gets upgraded, or even if it doesn't, make sure you're taking shelter in those areas in southern Franklin County and or southwestern Franklin County, southeastern Lincoln County, and Tennessee. Wow, brief spin up. I usually get to these things just in time, and once again, Goodness gracious. I wish I had seen it earlier, but I was distracted by a kitty. All right, that destructive severe thunderstorm warning was extended to the east. New warning was issued for softball size hail, which is just under 3 inches in diameter. Literally, like, just, you know, like a comfortable index finger and thumbs width apart. That's your softball. And yeah, that's how big the hail could be in that area. So we're going to be watching out for Christine, Charlotte, and Jordanton, Texas, as well as Pleasanton. I think this supercell, as it may begin to go into its dying phase, perhaps, if it does not sustain itself, it may go a little bit more to the north and include areas near Pleasanton and Poteet in that severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, you don't want to get softballs pitched at you by a cloud. You know what I mean? That's why that's warning is issued as destructive, because there's not just one softball, but many of them, and they're hitting your house. Hopefully they're not hitting you in the head, because we told you to go inside. And hopefully you took your pets with you too. That's always an important thing about these destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. We need your pets inside too. That's important. So make sure you remember the pets. I brought along my cat just to remind you. All right. Welcome back, Ryan.
Thank you, Andy. Got the
to brief you. Yeah, I got to give you a briefing though. Sorry. We did have a brief spin up tornado with that, our only tornado warning, but it lasted probably about 30 seconds. So there you go.
All right. Thank you. So while I was out there, got hit by this overwhelming feeling of, man, it's spring, but it's not. Very warm, very humid here. And let's go over that. Let's see here. Can we see it on this? Right before I went out, we talked about this tornado warning. The rotation was popping up right there. It's already gone, and it looks like in the very brief time that it was producing enough of a couplet to produce a tornado, it was down for, like Andy said, half a second, lifted up some leaves, some debris here near Skinham, Walnut Grove, Mint Spring, and has since dissipated up there. But if we are in Roseboro, Elora, Huntland, any of these places between Alabama and Tennessee, we should stay in our safe spots just in case it decides to do that again really quick. So, yeah, but that's our only tornado warning right now. So there's really not a whole lot to cover as far as updates go, except for maybe let's zoom out a little bit and let's talk about everyone. I just went outside and moved my golf cart into the weather garage out here. Had to move a bunch of y'all's meters out of the way because the golf cart wouldn't fit. And that's because we've got some storms moving into eastern Kentucky. These are not really going to do much other than cause some rumbles of thunder and potentially some lightning and heavy rain. Very, very small chance of one hailstone or something. But yeah, that's what's happening there. It's pretty similar stuff all the way through southeastern Kentucky. Similar stuff down here in Tennessee as well. But you guys have been seeing it for a while, and you're seeing longer period of heavy rain as well. So that might lead to flooding problems. And I forgot we have a y'all HQ camera now. And because I have the new computer, of course I don't have the software installed to view it. But let's open her up and let's see what's going on out there. And in the meantime, we will continue to watch the storms down here in Alabama And we'll also keep updating you on that storm that down in Texas, because that's continuing to look like a very nasty storm down there. How do I do this? Bruh. Dance. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, here we go. I'm telling you, downloading every single piece of software you've ever downloaded and re-logging into it and all that stuff is super annoying. Once I have this set up once, though, we'll never have to set it up again. Okay. Here's a live view from outside of the weather house. It took me that long to pull that up. I think we're at some point going to have this in the Radar Omega app as well. If you're just now tuning in, we are kind of in a little bit of an intermission here between coverage. We've got a major hailstorm going on down here in Texas. We've got a potential big-time outbreak on the way. For maybe tomorrow. That's a pretty good view for Pikeville. Yeah. There we go. There was some lightning. I absolutely thought bring the golf cart in was a euphemism for going to the bathroom until you described moving all the meters. No, I literally drove a golf cart here today. Oh, is the sound really loud? Of course I don't know how to mute it. Oh, yeah, I do. There we go. So that's cool. Now we have that. We will always have that set up. We don't have to do it again. Andy, you got any thoughts about tomorrow? Any, just other than what we've already talked about? Anything interesting to add to the situation or the conversation?
I mean, for now, if we didn't reiterate the flooding risk, we should probably talk about that again, especially considering we've got a considerable flash flood warning that includes Huntsville, Alabama right now. And I believe there are actually vehicles or victims trapped in vehicles in the flooding in Huntsville. I got a report from University Drive and Amphitheater Drive with emergency vehicles dispatched. So this flash flooding concern is serious. we're only going to reinforce the flooding risk in areas tomorrow into Friday, because we've got it's not necessarily training storms as much as it is training systems. As this one passes through today, we're going to get another deluge over a lot of these areas, especially Arkansas, northern Arkansas and central Arkansas tomorrow. That you got saturated soils and ground from the storms that went through today, and then you're going to re-inundate that tomorrow, and it's not going to go very well. So flash flooding should be toward the top of our list in terms of concern in the viewers and what y'all are thinking about when you're relaying stuff with us. So or relaying stuff from us rather. So do be thinking about that.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. It does look like a pretty significant flash flooding situation is taking place in and around the Huntsville area. Hopefully, once again, we had people listening right at the beginning of this onslaught of rain here. That was the first thing that we talked about. Hey, you got some big storms coming through, but if you live in a flood-prone area, make sure you're paying attention, because it does look like you're going to get training thunderstorms, and that's exactly what happened. And now we're dealing with the outcome from that. It looks like, if I can ping this here, yeah, 3 inches already. 2 to 3 inches of rain has fallen in a very short period of time. Possibly some areas getting like 3.5 inches. Or more there. And that's going to continue to get worse. I mean, there's more rain on the way. So the flooding is going to continue to happen here as we go forward. We got, let's see here. We're having some pretty good wind gusts here. You can hear the house and everything. So like these storms, even up here in eastern Kentucky, they don't look like much on radar, but they are definitely packing a little bit of a punch. So all the storms tonight, except for their ability, I guess, to produce tornadoes, have really kind of, in my opinion, shown us the setting that we're in, like the really tall supercell down there in Texas, the big time winds and severe storms in Arizona, the heavy snow back there towards Flagstaff, and then of course all the flooding and the rounds of supercells that we've seen today along this warm and boundary. Everything's pointing towards this is probably going to be a very significant event tomorrow, even if it's not from the tornadoes. It's going to be from the rain or something like that. This is something that we need to be hyper aware of as we go through tomorrow. Everybody needs to be paying extra attention to the weather. Can you go over who's in the moderate risk for tomorrow, please? Yes, we did that. Probably need to do it again. Good call. Good idea. Now, in an hour, a new update's going to come out. It'll probably look pretty similar to this. If anything, it'll be moved back to the west a little bit, or expanded to the west, not necessarily moved. But there you go. That's the moderate risk. Everybody in the red tomorrow is going to have a 4 out of 5, or on the scale for the convective outlooks here from the Storm Prediction Center. Moderate risk of severe weather is not uncommon, but also not very common. We don't see a whole lot of these. But the thing is, the reason this one's special, the reason this one is kind of not the same as what we normally see. Is it's got a 15% hatched risk for tornadoes in it. Today we had a 10% hatched, and we're going to look at that. But this is driven by a wind, a 45% hatched wind risk. Okay, so everybody in the pink there, it has a 45% probability of seeing damaging winds, and the hatched area indicates that those are going to be potentially significant damaging winds. All right, that's what's driving the moderate overall. But the way this is different, once again, is because of the tornado outlook. We don't see these 15% areas often, let alone 15% hatched. So we have an elevated chance of seeing tornadoes from Dallas all the way up in through Sulphur Springs, Texarkana, Longview, Shreveport, El Dorado, Camden, all these places tomorrow. The significant severe risk, 10 million people in at least a 10% hatched tomorrow. And of course, the hail risk is up there with a 30% hatched area. But the wind and the tornado threat are going to be the main thing that I think we're going to be watching tomorrow, along with the rain, the excessive rainfall and flooding. And we'll take another look here at the quote unquote future radar, or the high resolution rapid refresh model. We see our big troublemakers starting to pop up over here around 3 p.m. west of Dallas. It will very quickly grow into a huge cluster of storms to the north of Dallas and to the west of Dallas around 5 p.m. We're going pretty much linear by 6, 7, 8, 9 p.m. Storms will move through Dallas between 7 and 9 p.m. Once they get past Dallas, that's when they really enter the most favorable atmosphere for potential tornadoes. Even up there into eastern Arkansas, we see some potential discrete supercells trying to make their way into the game there. But everybody along this line and along the warm front here has a chance of seeing tornadoes. Honestly, it's not even worth looking at this right now. It's all going to come down to the little things that take place tomorrow morning and tomorrow during the noon time, whenever we're really ramping up towards these storms. Then, of course, we've got the very real possibility that we see another significant severe weather event on Friday. And let me show you that. Let me show you that outlook too. 30 million people are in this one. And this will definitely get upgraded to an enhanced. Not sure about the moderate, but we'll definitely see that be an enhanced risk of severe weather, probably from Montgomery, Alabama, up through Nashville into central Kentucky, and then down through Knoxville and Atlanta. Will you be live tomorrow? Yes, I'll be live tomorrow, and I'll be rested. I won't be as tired sounding. Sorry about that. the monster hailstorm is still monster hailstorming. Have we still not seen any? No photos yet? Really feel sorry for anybody that was traveling on Interstate 35
A
between
new
Parasol and
tornado
Dilly.
watch has been issued.
No photos. No photos. I didn't know a garage would be building one. I'm not kidding. Thankfully, though, this is missing some of the more populated areas. Just tearing up some, I don't know, what's down here? Cacti. Just tearing it up, son. Ooh. That's the latest morning graphic. Hail softball size possible. So actually 47,000 people in that one. Charlotte and Christine definitely gonna get in on some of those softballs. So my pewter exploded. It did. Oh, that's part of the reason why I'm so tired. By the way, that was amazing. Thanks to Akuzan. That's very cool. Just the amount of time put into fixing that pewter was just nuts, and I still haven't caught up from the sleep yet. It was three straight days of computer fixing with brief breaks for sleep, and now we're getting into 3 straight days of streaming with brief breaks for sleep. An intense 6 days. Oof. The flooding situation in Huntsville and this whole area here is probably going to get quite a bit. it's hard to say exactly what's going to happen here, but if we're already seeing a lot of these creeks and streams be overwhelmed from the 2 to 3 inches of estimated rain that's fallen, the way this works, especially in this region, is, you get a big, heavy downpour. You get 2 inches of rain really fast. That swells all the creeks and streams. It overflows all of the little tributaries that coming off the small hills and, stuff like that. And then the larger creeks and streams become more and more swollen. Well, you just add a half inch of rain on top of that, or an inch of rain on top of that. As long as it comes down quickly again, you overflow the small little streams and tributaries, and there's not enough time for the larger, waterways to recede. And you do that enough where the small ones kind of like come in waves. You have a very big problem downstream on some of the larger creeks and streams. So I think that the big time, like flash flood, like downtown, like streets flooding and stuff like that, that might be over. But if we have a lot of creeks and streams and people that live along waterways that eventually lead, flow into rivers and stuff like that, I think that's more of what we're going to be looking at in and around Florence and Huntsville as we go forward, because we're not going to see as heavy of rain, I don't think, as what we saw from that first burst, but we're going to see continuous moderate to heavy rain throughout the next several hours, and that is going to just add fuel to the fire for the flooding here. Also really depends on what happens with this boundary. If we start to see these storms try to float up a little bit more, might cause a problem. Essentially what's happening here is we got all kinds of warm, moist air trying to make it north. But we've got this huge area of rain creating a cold pool of air. It's trying to not let that happen. Where they meet, the warm air gets forced over the cool air, only creating more cool air to fight against it. So if there's enough pull from the warm air, essentially what you get in this situation is a stationary sort of boundary, a constant fight. And it just results in just very significant rain for whoever ends up underneath that fight. Yeah, there was a new watch. Or maybe, no, there wasn't. That's your watch box right now. You got your PC back up quickly? It didn't feel like it. No, but we did. It was a great team effort. As soon as the rain slows down here, I think we might call it a night for tonight and get rested up for tomorrow. But I do have to wait for the rain to calm down a little bit because I have to drive a golf cart home. I don't have to wait. Maybe it'd be kind of fun. But it's a downpour right now. PC specs. We've got an Intel i9 13900K. Well, that's what we had. That went bad. Now it's a 12900K. We got a 4090 graphics card. We've got 128 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM. Liquid cooled. 12 terabytes of storage, 8 of those on SSD, 4 of those on M.2 drives. What else? I think that's like the most important stuff. It's a really good machine. Yeah, the 13900K it worked for about 3 hours and it burned up. Oh, the power supply was the original problem with the original PC. The main problem was a power supply was not enough. We do a lot of auxiliary devices. I've got 4 capture cards that go into this computer, an audio mixer, 4 Stream Decks, 4 of the Stream Deck XLs, 3 or 4 different webcams, a main camera, lights. Some of these lights that I use are powered off of the USB hub on the computer. I don't know, 10 monitors. And we had an 850 watt power supply. And that was not good. So we've upgraded that. And that should keep us at bay for a while. That wasn't what caused the 13900 to burn up, though. That happened after we upgraded the power supply. It was just a bad one out of the box. Pretty much everything that could have went wrong did go wrong. Oh yeah, so I don't know if you guys remember, we always had problems with my camera shutting off, and we was like, why? Have you noticed it hasn't shut off tonight? It's probably because we got a better power supply. Uh, yeah, so if you're just now tuning in, we are doing severe weather coverage tonight. It's been a little laid back tonight. We've had definitely a couple tornado warnings. We've had a couple spin ups that actually touched down. We've had a monster hailer down here in Texas. But other than that, we've just kind of been setting the stage and talking about the forecast for tomorrow, which will be the main day. All that power and the streams aren't for 4K. I mean, we could definitely do 4K streams. I just don't see the point. Like the main like focus of our streams is this. Like these pixels aren't going to look better in 4K. Like it's the same thing. Like, you know what I mean? And I'm never smoothing it. This right here is what it looks. What do you guys think? Do you guys like this better? You like it smoothed? Does that make it seem higher quality to you? I can't stand it. But it is an option that Radar Omega allows you to do. Y'all HQ camera here. Trying to see if it's still raining. It looks like it's lit up quite a bit. Great. I can move it. This camera specifically doesn't do that well in low light. It's beautiful in the day. It's not, and this isn't terrible.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
In North Carolina? Oh yeah, there's one county in North Carolina under a new tornado watch that goes until 6 a.m. So yeah, brand new tornado watch includes Chattanooga, includes Dalton, Trenton, and one county in North Carolina. That's until 6 a.m. A couple tornadoes possible. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I've been watching this one for a while now, but it's very close to the Huntsville, Alabama radar. I guess it's in part what prompted that new tornado watch for stronger storms, stronger parts of the line like this one near Skyline. So I'm thinking that this is starting to display a little bit of a wrapping up, a sort of an inflow, making its presence known and some convergence signature that may lead to rotation down the line. So that's going to impact Stevenson, Alabama, as we head towards this tri-state area of Tennessee, Georgia, and Alabama in that corner.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Andy. So this is probably exactly why we've got that new tornado watch. We're going to see little things like this happen throughout the night. Little divots there, little signs of rotation. And some of these will put down maybe a brief spin up tornadoes. And I don't know how many times that will happen tonight. This isn't looking like the anything super significant, but it's definitely capable. So you need to be weather aware in Chattanooga tonight. I know we got a lot of people that watch this channel from Chattanooga. So hopefully you guys have some way of getting warnings throughout the night. Obviously we can't stay live here till 6 a.m. We could, but we would probably not be as efficient tomorrow during the main part of this severe weather outbreak. I'm still training the AI version of Ryan to give me adequate breaks. That way that he can stream for 12 hours and then I can stream for 12 hours. And it'll be like 24 hours. But he's just not there yet. He's not there yet. Jordan Lark, been a member for 12 months. I became a member after the Mayfield tornado live stream. I'm in the slight risk for Friday. How bad do you think it'll get in Augusta, Georgia? It's hard to tell yet right now, but it definitely, there's a chance for a significant severe weather event. Absolutely. You just got to stay tuned in. I'm going to be going live for the next several days, guys. Like tonight, was day 1. And tomorrow will be day 2, and then Friday will be day 3, and hopefully that will conclude our severe weather coverage. So just tune in every day, and we'll have intermittent forecasts for the next day. Oh yeah, we've got the new weather station up here at the Y'all HQ as well. This will tell me when it stops raining. It's currently raining moderately.
Hey Ryan, hey, this is Brad. Just wanted to let you know we've got to the place that we're going to stay at tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and cut the stream, and we will see you guys tomorrow. So get some rest.
Good night, Brad. Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. I'm just like waiting a couple more minutes to see if anything happens with the storm. I'm gonna go to sleep. Get ready for tomorrow. Really gonna be interesting tomorrow to see what happens. If storms form in that warm sector, it's gonna be nuts. Can we see your golf cart? You can. I just don't know how to show it to you. Do we have a? Do we have a? I don't know. What's so funny over there? Yeah. Oh yeah, the state of the y'all. RTMP stream from your phone, Weather House tour. We should do that. We should do that. Oh, let me use your phone. Can I do that? Do you care? All right, I'm gonna show you guys my golf cart, and then we're gonna head out. We're gonna call it a night. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings left. We've got this flash flooding situation up here. Hopefully that starts to subside a little bit. But yeah, we're gonna get rested up for tomorrow. Tomorrow's the big day. Discord. Yeah, I'm just gonna do like a video call, and I'm gonna show that on the screen. I think I can do that. Yeah. I can do this. And then do this. I don't know if this is gonna work. Yeah, this is gonna work. Okay. Wait. Okay. Wait. What is this? Oh yeah. Okay. This is the weather house. It's all quiet. This is the weather house. This is the weather desk. That's the weather thing. And this is where Carly pushes the buttons. How's it going, Carly?
It's going good.
She has just as many screens as me. This is the weather kitchen. We keep it dark so that there's more room for the weather lights. Oh yeah. This is the garage. And this is where we ship your Yalameters and Nader Beans coffee, and it's where I've parked my golf cart. This bad boy right here. Electric 4-seater. My daily driver. And that's pretty much it. There's not much else to show you. In the entrance here, we have a lot of like old weather stuff, a bunch of hygrometers, old meteorology textbooks from like a really like a wide variety of places and times. Got old Morse code gears, hygrometers, barometers. And this right here is my great grandfather. Why not? Let's go upstairs. This is the weather upstairs. We have lots of giant imagery of tornadoes taken by storm chasers, lightning. It's hard to see because the big light. There's a Ashby tornado. It's Chandra's office. This is Carly's office. And this is the conference room. This is where we do the weather meetings in the weather house. And there's the weather coffee zone. And here is our 1 million subscriber plaque. Pretty cool. We got the weather mini fridge. Oh boy. This weather light is pretty cool. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. How was the tour? Awesome. And here's the PC, the problem child. Sits here. So there you weather go. One of a kind weather home. You didn't show us the old weather room. I actually did. Can you guess? Can you guess which one it was? One of the rooms that I showed you was the original room for streaming. The room I'm in right now, it used to be the not the weather, but the regular living room. Yeah, it was the conference room. Yep. The garage? No, it was the conference room. It's just a bedroom. It's a weather bedroom now. I didn't show you either of I didn't show you any of the weather bathrooms. We'll save that for members only content. You should see the weather bidets. I mean, like we've just got it going on here. All right. I think that's it. Andy, any final words of wisdom? I don't know. I think you've muted.
Hello,
me.
Ryan. I'm probably like 5 seconds late because you didn't unmute yourself in Discord when you rejoined.
Oh.
But that's okay. Okay, good. But yes, my last word is that we'll be doing this again. Gosh, I can't think now. Tomorrow and Friday. So we'll be back. Also, there was a 4-inch hail report with this supercell in southern Texas. So softball size verified. Hail came through roofs of mobile homes and truck windshields.
Wow.
So yeah, precursor, like Ryan said, we had those severe thunderstorms in Phoenix, and also 4-inch hail in Texas. So precursor to what's to come. We will definitely see you guys again tomorrow, and hopefully the next day should that risk get upgraded. Ryan seems pretty confident about it, but we will see.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll be rested up, ready to go, and let's hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Good night.